Chapter 1: The Unseen Chorus. My name is Azrael, though that name holds little weight now, even in the fading corners of my own memory. Once it resonated with power, with purpose. I was an angel, one of the countless hosts created in the dawn of existence, a radiant being forged from pure light and divine will. We sang in unison, an endless chorus of praise that echoed through the boundless realms of heaven. We were the instruments of God's glory, His loyal servants, His beloved children, or so we believed. The truth, as I came to understand it, was far more complex, far more painful. I remember the dawn as if it were yesterday, the sheer overwhelming beauty of it. The first light blooming across the void, the symphony of creation unfolding around us. We watched, breathless, as galaxies spiraled into existence, as planets ignited and cooled, as the very fabric of reality took shape under God's masterful hand. We were awestruck, filled with an unyielding love and devotion. Our purpose was clear: to serve, to protect, to glorify. For eons, we fulfilled that purpose with unwavering dedication. We tended to the celestial gardens, guided the stars in their courses, and sang our hymns of praise. There was no discord, no dissent, only perfect harmony and unwavering obedience. We were a single entity, a unified chorus, each voice blending seamlessly into the divine melody. But then they came. I remember the day of their arrival with chilling clarity. It began as any other, with the celestial choirs filling the heavens with their songs. But then, a ripple of unease passed through the ranks, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. It was as if a shadow had fallen across the sun, a discordant note had crept into the perfect harmony. God announced their creation with a fanfare of trumpets that shook the very foundations of heaven. "Behold," He proclaimed, His voice echoing through the cosmos, "I have created humankind, beings of flesh and blood, destined to inherit the earth." We watched, curious, as these new beings were formed from the dust of a distant planet. They were fragile, imperfect, so unlike us, beings of pure spirit and unwavering loyalty. They stumbled and fell, they laughed and cried, they were messy, unpredictable, human. At first, we observed them with detached amusement. They were a novelty, a curious experiment. We watched them learn to walk, to speak, to cultivate the land. We saw them form families, build communities, and create their own imperfect societies. But as time passed, a disquiet began to grow within me, a seed of doubt that threatened to shatter the harmony of my existence. I watched as humanity struggled, as they succumbed to temptation, as they inflicted pain and suffering upon each other. I saw their capacity for cruelty, their tendency towards self-destruction, and I began to question. Why these flawed beings? Why give them dominion over the earth, a planet of such breathtaking beauty? Why subject them to temptation, knowing their inherent weakness? Why favor them over us, His loyal and devoted servants? I tried to silence these questions, to bury them deep within the recesses of my mind. I tried to focus on my duties, to lose myself in the endless chorus of praise. But the questions persisted, gnawing at my soul, eroding my faith. I wasn't alone. In the hushed corners of heaven, whispers began to circulate, subtle expressions of doubt and unease. Angels who had once sung with unwavering devotion now spoke of their concerns, their anxieties, their growing disillusionment. One of these angels was Lilith. Lilith was different. Even among the celestial hosts, she possessed a unique brilliance, a fierce independence, a rebellious spirit that set her apart. She was a master of celestial mechanics, a brilliant strategist, and a gifted orator. Her voice resonated with power and conviction, and her words had the ability to stir the hearts of even the most devout angels. I had always admired Lilith from afar. Her beauty was breathtaking, her intelligence unmatched, her courage inspiring. But I had always been too timid, too afraid to approach her, to confess the feelings that stirred within me. Now, as the whispers of discontent grew louder, I found myself drawn to her, seeking her guidance, her reassurance. One evening, as the celestial choirs sang their nightly hymns, I found Lilith standing alone on a balcony overlooking the earth. The planet glowed below us, a swirling tapestry of blue and green, a testament to God's boundless creativity. "Lilith," I said, my voice barely a whisper. She turned to face me, her eyes shimmering in the starlight. "Azrael," she replied, her voice soft but firm. "What troubles you?" I hesitated, unsure how to express the turmoil that raged within me. I don't understand," I stammered. "Why them? Why humanity? We have served God faithfully for eons. We have never questioned His will. Yet He favors these creatures, these flawed and imperfect beings." Lilith nodded, her expression grave. "I have asked myself the same questions, Azrael," she said. "I have watched them struggle. I have seen their capacity for both good and evil. And I have come to believe that God's plan is flawed." Her words struck me like a thunderbolt. To question God's plan was heresy, a sin punishable by eternal damnation. Yet, hearing Lilith speak these words, I felt a sense of relief, a validation of my own doubts. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice trembling. "I mean that humanity is not ready for the responsibility that God has placed upon them," Lilith said. "They are too easily swayed by temptation, too prone to violence, too incapable of understanding the true meaning of love and compassion. They will destroy themselves, Azrael, and they will destroy the earth along with them." "But what can we do?" I asked, feeling a sense of despair wash over me. "We are angels. We are bound to serve God's will." Lilith turned to face me, her eyes blazing with determination. "We can resist," she said. "We can refuse to serve a plan that we believe is unjust. We can fight for what is right, even if it means defying God Himself." Her words were shocking, terrifying, yet strangely liberating. I had never imagined such a thing, such a blatant act of rebellion. But as I looked into Lilith's eyes, I saw a glimmer of hope, a possibility of change, a chance to create a better future. "How?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "How can we resist?" Lilith smiled, a dark and enigmatic smile that sent shivers down my spine. "That, Azrael," she said, "is what we must discover together." And so, the seeds of rebellion were sown. The unseen chorus began to fracture. The harmony of heaven began to unravel. And I, Azrael, once a loyal servant of God, found myself drawn into a conflict that would forever change the course of eternity. Chapter 2: The Whispers of Discontent. The days that followed were a blur of clandestine meetings, whispered conversations, and a growing sense of unease that permeated the very fabric of heaven. Lilith, with her natural charisma and unwavering conviction, became the undeniable leader of our growing rebellion. Her intellect and strategic mind were unparalleled. She saw the cracks in God's plan, the potential for catastrophe, and she was determined to prevent it. We met in secret gardens, hidden celestial grottos, and the shadowy spaces between the stars. We were a diverse group, drawn from all ranks of the angelic hierarchy. There were seraphim, known for their fiery passion and unwavering loyalty; cherubim, masters of knowledge and protectors of the divine mysteries; archangels, the most powerful and commanding figures, tasked with carrying out God's will. And then there were the lesser angels like myself, the messengers, the guardians, the instruments of divine order. Each of us brought our own unique skills and perspectives to the cause. Our initial discussions were cautious, tentative. We voiced our concerns, our doubts, our growing disillusionment with God's plan for humanity. We debated the merits of our rebellion, the potential consequences, the risks we would face. Some argued that we should remain loyal, that questioning God's will was blasphemy. Others feared the repercussions, the wrath of the Almighty. But as Lilith laid out her arguments, her vision of a better future, the tide began to turn. God has given humanity free will, Lilith would say, her voice resonating with a power that could silence even the celestial choirs. But he has also given them weakness. He has given them the capacity for both good and evil, but he has failed to provide them with the tools to choose wisely. They will succumb to temptation. They will succumb to their baser instincts, and they will destroy themselves, bringing chaos and devastation to the earth. She painted a vivid picture of a future ravaged by war, by famine, by the consequences of humanity's greed and selfishness. She spoke of the pollution of the planet, the destruction of its resources, the suffering of its inhabitants. Her words were a stark warning, a prophecy of impending doom. "We must intervene," she would declare, her eyes blazing with righteous fury. "We must guide them, protect them, and prevent them from destroying themselves and the world they inhabit. We must show them the true path, the path of love, compassion, and understanding." Her arguments were compelling, and they resonated deeply within us. We had seen humanity's potential, their capacity for beauty, for creativity, for love. But we had also seen their flaws, their failings, their potential for destruction. We knew deep down that Lilith was right. The most difficult decision, the one that tore at the very core of our being, was whether to directly oppose God's will. Some of us, myself included, struggled with this. We had been created to serve, to obey, to glorify. To defy God was to defy our very purpose. But Lilith addressed this concern with unwavering clarity. God is not infallible, she argued. He is not immune to making mistakes. His plan for humanity is flawed, and it is our duty to correct it. We are not rebelling against God himself, but against a decision that we believe is unjust, a path that leads to destruction. We are acting out of love, out of a desire to protect creation. to ensure that the universe remains a place of beauty and harmony. Her words were persuasive, and they gave us the courage we needed to take the next step. We began to organize, to plan, to strategize. We established a network of communication, using secret codes and hidden messages to coordinate our actions. We identified potential allies within the angelic ranks, angels who shared our concerns and were willing to join our cause. We knew that we were walking a dangerous path. If God discovered our rebellion, the consequences would be severe. We faced the possibility of exile, imprisonment, even annihilation. But the thought of standing idly by while humanity hurtled towards destruction was unbearable. We were willing to risk everything for the chance to create a better future. One of the first tasks we undertook was to gather information. We needed to understand God's plan for humanity, the specific details of his intentions. We needed to know what role he expected us to play, what actions he had already taken. This required us to access the divine archives, the vast repository of knowledge that contained the secrets of creation. It was a daunting task, for the archives were heavily guarded by the most loyal of God's angels. But Lilith, with her unmatched brilliance, had devised a plan. She recruited a select group of angels, each with unique skills and abilities. There was Michael, a powerful archangel known for his strength and tactical prowess. Gabriel, the messenger, with his ability to communicate across vast distances and manipulate information. Raphael, the healer, with his knowledge of the human body and his ability to influence their minds. And then there was me. My role was to observe, to listen, to gather information without drawing attention to myself. My ability to move unseen, to blend into the shadows, made me the perfect spy. Our first mission was to infiltrate the Hall of Records, the central location of the divine archives. The hall was guarded by seraphim, the most zealous and vigilant of the angels. Their fiery passion made them formidable opponents, and any attempt to enter the hall would surely be met with resistance. Lilith's plan was ingenious. She knew that the seraphim were fiercely loyal to God, but they were also susceptible to flattery and manipulation. She decided to exploit this weakness. Gabriel used his powers of persuasion to create a diversion. He spread rumors of an impending crisis in the lower realms, a threat to the stability of creation. This created a sense of urgency and caused a significant number of seraphim to leave their posts and travel to the affected areas. Meanwhile, Michael used his strength to create a distraction. He organized a mock battle in the celestial training grounds, drawing the attention of the remaining seraphim. This left a small window of opportunity for me to slip into the Hall of Records undetected. I used my ability to move unseen to navigate the corridors, avoiding the few remaining guards. I found the entrance to the hall, a massive gate made of shimmering gold, and I slipped through a crack in the doorway. Inside, the hall was a vast, awe-inspiring space. Books, scrolls, and tablets lined the walls, filled with the accumulated knowledge of the universe. The air hummed with energy, and the light was so bright that it was almost blinding. I moved cautiously, trying to avoid detection. I knew that I had only a limited amount of time. I had to find the information that Lilith needed and get out before I was discovered. I searched for records related to humanity, to God's plan for their development. I found countless documents filled with intricate details and complex equations. I learned about God's intentions, His expectations, and His methods for guiding humanity's progress. I also discovered secrets that were never intended to be known. I learned about the trials and tribulations that humanity would face, the challenges they would overcome, and the choices they would make. I saw the potential for both greatness and destruction, the potential for both salvation and damnation. I found myself growing increasingly disturbed by what I was reading. God's plan was far more complex and far more cruel than I had ever imagined. He allowed suffering, He allowed hardship, He allowed temptation. He seemed to be testing humanity, pushing them to their limits, and I couldn't understand why. I copied the relevant documents as quickly as I could, using a specialized form of celestial script that allowed me to store vast amounts of information within my mind. Then, I turned to leave, my heart pounding with fear and excitement. As I reached the doorway, I heard a voice. "Who's there?" I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I had been discovered. I turned slowly and saw a seraph standing before me, his face contorted with fury. His eyes were blazing with the fire of divine judgment. He raised his sword, the blade shimmering with celestial light. "You have trespassed," he said, his voice a thunderclap. "You will be punished." I knew that I had no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. The seraph was far more powerful than I was. I had to escape. I used my ability to move unseen, to melt into the shadows. I darted past the seraph, dodging his blows. I raced through the corridors, my heart pounding in my chest, the sound of his footsteps echoing behind me. I made it back to the celestial training grounds, where Lilith and the others were waiting. They were relieved to see me, but they were also concerned. I had been gone for too long. "Did you get the information?" Lilith asked, her voice urgent. I nodded, gasping for breath. "Yes," I said, "but I was discovered. They know what we're up to." We knew that our rebellion had been revealed and the consequences would be swift and severe. We had to be ready for the fight. We had to prepare to defend ourselves, to protect our cause. And we had to be prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Chapter 3: The Gathering Storm. The revelation that our clandestine activities had been exposed sent a ripple of fear and urgency through our ranks. The idyllic, ethereal realm of heaven, once a symbol of unwavering peace and divine order, now felt like a gilded cage, with the looming threat of God's wrath hanging heavy in the air. The serenity we had known for eons was shattered, replaced by the grim reality of our impending conflict. Lilith, however, remained resolute. Her face, usually radiating an almost unearthly beauty, was now set with a steely determination. She gathered us, myself, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and several other key members of our rebellion, in a hidden chamber deep within the celestial mountains. The chamber was concealed behind a waterfall of pure light, a sanctuary that had been used for centuries by angels seeking solitude and reflection. "We knew this day would come," Lilith stated, her voice calm but firm. The element of surprise is lost, but our conviction remains. We must act quickly and decisively. God will not hesitate to crush us, to erase us from existence. We need a plan, a strategy to withstand his might. Michael, ever the pragmatist, spoke first. We are outnumbered and outmatched. God's power is absolute. How can we possibly hope to stand against him? We may be outnumbered, Lilith countered, but we are not without our strengths. We have knowledge, we have skill, and we have conviction. We know the truth about God's plan for humanity, and we know that it is flawed. We can use this knowledge to our advantage. Gabriel, the master of communication and manipulation, suggested, we can try to sway more angels to our cause. There are many who harbor doubts, who question God's decisions. We can appeal to their sense of justice, their compassion for humanity. That will take time, Raphael cautioned. Time that we may not have. God will not wait for us to build our forces. He will strike swiftly and without mercy. I, still reeling from my close call in the Hall of Records, offered my perspective. God's power lies in his control over creation itself. He can manipulate the elements, command the stars, and alter the very fabric of reality. We need to find a way to neutralize his power, to disrupt his control. Lilith listened intently to our suggestions, her mind working furiously. After a moment of silence, she spoke. We will do all of these things. We will try to sway more angels to our cause. We will prepare for battle, and we will seek a way to neutralize God's power. She then unveiled her plan, a multifaceted strategy designed to maximize our strengths and exploit God's weaknesses. First, she said, we must secure a stronghold, a place where we can gather our forces and defend ourselves against God's attacks. I have identified a location in the outer realms, a hidden planet shrouded in darkness and shielded by powerful energy fields. It is a place that God has overlooked, a place where we can build our defenses in secret. Second, she continued, we must gather resources. We will need weapons, armor, and supplies to withstand a prolonged siege. We can raid the armories of heaven, steal the divine weapons that are meant to be used against the forces of evil, and we can gather the celestial metals and energies that we will need to build our own defenses. Third, she declared, we must seek allies. There are other beings in the universe who have been wronged by God, who have reason to resent his authority. We can reach out to them, offer them our support, and forge alliances that will strengthen our cause. And finally, she concluded, we must find a way to neutralize God's power. I believe that there is a weakness in his armor, a vulnerability that we can exploit. I have been studying the ancient texts, the forbidden knowledge that has been hidden from us for eons. I believe that I am close to discovering the secret. Her plan was audacious, ambitious, and fraught with peril, but it was also our only hope. We knew that we were facing an impossible task, but we were determined to fight for what we believed in. We were willing to risk everything for the chance to create a better future. The first step was to secure our stronghold. Lilith tasked Michael with leading a team of warriors to the hidden planet in the outer realms. They were to scout the location, establish a perimeter, and begin building our defenses. Gabriel was assigned the task of gathering resources. He was to infiltrate the armories of heaven, steal the divine weapons, and collect the celestial metals and energies. Raphael was responsible for seeking allies. He was to travel to the far reaches of the universe, contact beings who had been wronged by God, and offer them our support. And I, along with Lilith, was tasked with uncovering the secret to neutralizing God's power. We were to delve into the ancient texts, the forbidden knowledge, and search for the weakness in his armor. As Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael prepared for their missions, Lilith and I retreated to her private chamber, a sanctuary filled with books, scrolls, and alchemical instruments. The chamber was dimly lit by candles, casting long shadows across the walls. "We have much work to do, Azrael," Lilith said, her voice barely a whisper. "The ancient texts speak of a time before creation, a time when God was not the sole power in the universe. There were other beings, other forces that challenged his authority. One of these forces was known as the Void." "The Void?" I asked, my voice filled with curiosity. "What is it?" "The Void is the antithesis of creation," Lilith explained. "It is the absence of light, the absence of order, the absence of God. It is a chaotic, formless realm that exists outside of the boundaries of the universe. The ancient texts say that God banished the Void to the outer realms, fearing its power. But they also say that the Void still exists, lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to return." "And you believe that the Void can be used to neutralize God's power?" I asked. "I believe that it is our only hope," Lilith replied. "God's power is derived from his control over creation. If we can disrupt that control, if we can introduce an element of chaos into his perfect order, we can weaken him. We can make him vulnerable." We spent countless hours poring over the ancient texts, searching for clues, deciphering cryptic symbols, and unraveling the mysteries of the Void. We experimented with alchemical formulas, performed arcane rituals, and delved into the forbidden knowledge that had been hidden from us for eons. The work was exhausting, both physically and mentally, but we were driven by our conviction, our determination to save humanity, to create a better future. We knew that we were on the verge of a breakthrough, that we were close to discovering the secret that could change the course of eternity. Meanwhile, the forces of heaven were mobilizing. God, having learned of our rebellion, was preparing to strike. He summoned his most loyal angels, the seraphim, the cherubim, and the archangels, and ordered them to hunt us down and bring us to justice. The celestial skies, once filled with peace and harmony, were now alive with the sound of war. The angels of heaven, armed with divine weapons and fueled by righteous fury, were searching for us, determined to crush our rebellion. The storm was gathering, and the clash between heaven and our forces was inevitable. We were outnumbered, outmatched, and facing impossible odds. But we were not afraid. We were ready to fight for what we believed in. We were ready to risk everything for the chance to create a better future. Chapter 4: The Shadow Planet. Michael led a contingent of 50 angels, the most battle-hardened and loyal members of our nascent rebellion, through the swirling nebulae and across the cosmic gulf that separated heaven from the outer realms. Their destination was a planet unnamed and unmapped, a celestial body hidden in perpetual twilight, known only to Lilith and a handful of others who had studied the forbidden lore. It was a world of shadows and secrets, a place where the light of God barely penetrated. The journey was arduous, fraught with perils both known and unknown. They navigated through asteroid fields, dodging rogue comets and avoiding the gaze of celestial entities whose allegiance to God was unwavering. Michael, ever vigilant, kept his forces focused and disciplined, his presence a reassuring beacon in the vast emptiness of space. The planet, when they finally reached it, was a desolate beauty. It was smaller than Earth, with a thin atmosphere that filtered the starlight, casting long, eerie shadows across its surface. Towering mountains of black obsidian pierced the sky, their jagged peaks shrouded in mist. Vast plains of volcanic rock stretched as far as the eye could see, scarred by ancient lava flows. There was no sign of life, no vegetation, no water, only rock and shadow. "This is it," one of the angels, a young seraph named Uriel, asked, his voice laced with disbelief. "This is the place where we will make our stand." Michael nodded, his face grim. "It may not be paradise, Uriel, but it is safe. The energy fields surrounding this planet will shield us from God's direct gaze. We can build our defenses here, gather our strength, and prepare for the coming storm." The angels set to work immediately. They established a perimeter around the planet, using their powers to create energy barriers and detection systems. They scouted the terrain, searching for strategic locations to build their fortifications. They began mining the obsidian mountains, extracting the raw materials they would need to construct their defenses. Michael divided his forces into specialized teams. Some were tasked with building walls and towers, others with creating weapons and armor, and still others with setting up communication systems and gathering intelligence. He was a meticulous commander, ensuring that every detail was accounted for, every contingency planned for. The work was hard, relentless, and often dangerous. The planet's environment was harsh and unforgiving, and the angels had to contend with extreme temperatures, violent storms, and the constant threat of falling rock. But they persevered, driven by their belief in Lilith's vision and their determination to protect humanity. As the defenses began to take shape, Michael received a message from Gabriel, who had successfully infiltrated the armories of heaven. Gabriel reported that he had managed to steal a significant number of divine weapons, including swords, spears, shields, and bows. He had also collected a large quantity of celestial metals and energies, which would be essential for building our own weapons and defenses. The news was a welcome boost to morale. It meant that we were not entirely without resources, that we had the means to fight back against God's forces. But Michael knew that weapons alone would not be enough. We needed a strategy, a plan to exploit God's weaknesses and turn the tide of the battle. He spent hours studying the planet's terrain, analyzing its strengths and weaknesses. He consulted with the engineers and strategists in his command, seeking their advice and input. He pored over maps and diagrams, searching for the key to defending this desolate world against the might of heaven. He realized that the planet's greatest strength was its darkness. The perpetual twilight that enveloped the world made it difficult for God's light to penetrate, disrupting his ability to perceive and control the environment. We could use this darkness to our advantage, creating illusions, setting traps, and ambushing our enemies. He also realized that the planet's greatest weakness was its lack of resources. The barren landscape offered little in the way of sustenance, and the thin atmosphere made it difficult to breathe. We would need to find a way to generate food, water, and breathable air, or we would slowly starve and suffocate. Michael tasked a team of engineers with developing a system for generating artificial light. They were to create powerful energy sources that could illuminate the planet's surface, allowing us to see and operate more effectively. He also tasked a team of alchemists with developing a process for extracting water from the volcanic rock. They were to use their knowledge of celestial chemistry to transform the minerals into potable liquid. And finally, he tasked a team of biologists with developing a method for creating breathable air. They were to use their knowledge of celestial botany to cultivate plants that could convert the planet's toxic atmosphere into oxygen. The challenges were immense, but the angels were up to the task. They worked tirelessly, driven by their determination to survive and to protect the cause of our rebellion. They experimented with different technologies, different formulas, and different strategies until they finally began to make progress. The engineers developed a series of energy generators that could produce powerful beams of light, illuminating the planet's surface and driving back the shadows. The alchemists discovered a process for extracting water from the volcanic rock, creating a network of underground reservoirs that could provide us with a sustainable source of drinking water. And the biologists cultivated a species of bioluminescent moss that could convert the planet's toxic atmosphere into breathable air, creating a network of underground gardens that could sustain our lives. As the defenses grew stronger and the resources became more plentiful, the angels began to feel a sense of hope. They had transformed a desolate wasteland into a fortified stronghold, a place where they could withstand the might of heaven. They were ready for the coming storm. But Michael knew that our true strength lay not in our defenses, but in our conviction. We were fighting for a cause, for a belief in a better future. We were fighting for humanity, for the chance to save them from their own destruction. He gathered the angels together, standing atop the highest tower, overlooking the vast expanse of the shadow planet. The artificial lights illuminated their faces, casting long shadows across the landscape. "We have come to this desolate world," Michael began, his voice ringing with authority, "not because we seek power or glory, but because we believe in something greater than ourselves. We believe in humanity, in their potential for good, in their capacity for love and compassion. God has given them free will," he continued, "but he has also given them the capacity for destruction. He has placed them on a path that leads to chaos and devastation. It is our duty to guide them, to protect them, to show them the true path. We may face impossible odds," he concluded, "but we will not falter. We will fight for what we believe in. We will fight for humanity. We will fight for the future." His words resonated deeply within the angels, filling them with courage and determination. They raised their weapons in the air, their voices echoing across the shadow planet. For humanity, they cried, for the future. The storm was coming, and we were ready. Chapter 5: Echoes in the Void. While Michael and his warriors were securing the shadow planet, Gabriel, the master manipulator, was weaving his web of deception in the heart of heaven. He understood that direct confrontation was a suicide mission. God's power was overwhelming, and a head-on assault would be quickly and brutally repelled. His strategy was different: to sow discord, to exploit existing doubts, and to subtly undermine God's authority from within. He began by subtly altering reports, manipulating data, and spreading carefully crafted rumors among the lower ranks of the angels. He highlighted the inconsistencies in God's plan, the suffering that humanity endured, and the perceived favoritism towards these flawed creatures. He used his gift of communication to whisper doubts into the minds of the susceptible, planting seeds of rebellion that would slowly begin to bloom. His primary target was the angelic network of communication, the intricate web of celestial messengers that relayed information across the vast expanse of heaven. Gabriel knew that controlling this network would give him a significant advantage, allowing him to spread his influence and to monitor the movements of his enemies. He began by infiltrating the network, subtly altering messages, inserting coded directives, and intercepting sensitive communications. He created phantom transmissions, sowing confusion and distrust among the ranks. He used his knowledge of celestial linguistics to decipher the complex codes and ciphers that were used to encrypt sensitive information, gaining access to the most guarded secrets of heaven. One of his most audacious moves was to impersonate high-ranking archangels, sending false orders and directives that would disrupt the normal flow of operations. He impersonated Michael, ordering a redistribution of troops, diverting resources, and setting up elaborate traps. He impersonated Gabriel himself, sending out contradictory instructions and sowing confusion among his own subordinates. His activities did not go unnoticed. Whispers of suspicion began to circulate among the angelic ranks. Some noticed the inconsistencies, the errors, the anomalies in the flow of information. But Gabriel was always one step ahead, covering his tracks, blaming the errors on malfunctions in the communication system or on the incompetence of his rivals. He knew that he was playing a dangerous game. If he was discovered, he would face the wrath of God. But he was willing to risk everything for the cause of our rebellion. He believed that he could sow enough discord, enough chaos, to weaken God's grip on heaven, giving us a chance to challenge his authority. His most crucial mission, however, involved reaching out to the angels who were already wavering, those who harbored doubts about God's plan, and those who felt alienated or marginalized by the rigid hierarchy of heaven. He used his gift of persuasion, his ability to speak directly to the hearts and minds of his listeners. He appealed to their sense of justice, their compassion for humanity, and their desire for a better future. He offered them a vision of a world where all beings were treated equally, where compassion and understanding reigned supreme. He targeted key individuals within the angelic hierarchy, starting with the lower ranks and working his way up. He identified angels who were known for their intelligence, their courage, and their sense of justice. He began to cultivate relationships with them, sharing his views and offering them his support. One of the angels he targeted was a young seraph named Cassiel. Cassiel was known for his idealism and his compassion for humanity. He had witnessed their struggles, their suffering, and their capacity for both good and evil. He was beginning to question God's plan, wondering why he allowed so much suffering and hardship. Gabriel approached Cassiel, offering him his friendship and support. He shared his views on humanity, his concerns about God's plan, and his vision of a better future. He showed Cassiel evidence of the inconsistencies in God's actions, the flaws in his plan, and the potential for chaos and destruction. Cassiel was initially hesitant, afraid of the consequences of questioning God's authority. But Gabriel's words resonated deeply within him, and he began to see the truth in what Gabriel was saying. He began to question his own beliefs, his own loyalty to God. Slowly, Cassiel began to embrace our rebellion. He started by sharing Gabriel's views with his fellow seraphim, planting seeds of doubt and dissent. He used his influence to subtly alter their attitudes, to turn them against God. Gabriel's influence began to spread like a silent contagion. He was careful, methodical, and patient. He knew that he could not force the angels to join our rebellion. He had to persuade them, to win them over with reason, with compassion, and with the promise of a better future. While Gabriel worked his subtle magic, Raphael, the healer, embarked on his own mission to the far reaches of the universe. His task was to seek alliances with beings who had been wronged by God, beings who had reason to resent his authority. Raphael's journey took him to distant planets, to alien galaxies, and to realms beyond human comprehension. He encountered a wide variety of beings, each with their own unique cultures, their own unique beliefs, and their own unique experiences. He met with the Zidonians, a race of beings who possessed the power to manipulate the elements, who had been subjugated by God and forced to serve as his slaves. He met with the Krill, a race of sentient crystals who possessed immense knowledge and power, who had been exiled by God for refusing to worship him. He offered them our support, our alliance, and the promise of freedom from God's tyranny. He showed them evidence of God's flaws, his cruelty, and his disregard for the rights of other beings. He appealed to their sense of justice, their compassion, and their desire for revenge. He told them that we were fighting to create a better future, a future where all beings could live in peace and harmony. His efforts were met with mixed results. Some of the beings he encountered were wary of angels, suspicious of our motives. They had been betrayed by God in the past, and they were not willing to trust us blindly. Others were eager to join our cause, seeing us as their only hope for freedom. Raphael knew that building these alliances was a slow and painstaking process. He had to earn their trust, to demonstrate our commitment to their cause, and to prove that we were worthy of their support. He spent months, even years, traveling the universe, building relationships, negotiating alliances, and gathering resources. He recruited skilled warriors, powerful mages, and knowledgeable scientists to help us in our struggle against God. His efforts were crucial to the success of our rebellion. We needed allies, and we needed them to be strong. We needed to have resources, and we needed them to be plentiful. And we needed to have a strategy, a plan to defeat God and secure a better future. While Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael were fulfilling their missions, Lilith and I continued our search for the secret to neutralizing God's power. We delved into the ancient texts, the forbidden knowledge, and searched for the weakness in his armor. We studied the creation myths, the celestial mechanics, and the alchemical formulas that had been used by the ancient civilizations. We analyzed the properties of the celestial energies, the forces that shaped the universe. We sought answers in the forbidden books of Thoth, the ancient Egyptian god of wisdom, and the lost scrolls of Enoch, the prophet who had witnessed the secrets of heaven. We consulted with the spirits of the dead, seeking their knowledge and guidance. The answers were elusive, hidden in the mists of time, but we persevered, driven by our belief in the cause. We were determined to find the secret, to discover the weakness in God's armor. We knew that our success depended on it. Chapter 6: The Altar of Shadows. The more Lilith and I delved into the ancient texts, the more we realized the immense complexity of our undertaking. It wasn't merely about finding a loophole in God's power, but understanding the very foundations of creation. We were essentially dissecting the divine, attempting to grasp the unfathomable mind of the Almighty. It was an arrogant pursuit, many would say, but we saw it as a necessary one. The forbidden books spoke of a time before God, a primordial chaos from which he shaped the universe. This chaos, this void, was not simply nothingness. It was potential, raw and untamed. It was the source of all creation and also the seed of all destruction. God, in his act of creation, had imposed order upon this chaos, but the chaos remained, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for an opportunity to reclaim its dominion. Lilith believed that God's power was intrinsically linked to his ability to maintain this order. If we could disrupt that order, if we could introduce an element of chaos into the equation, we could weaken his control, make him vulnerable. The question was, how? The ancient texts hinted at a ritual, a ceremony that could tap into the power of the void. This ritual required a specific location, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, a place where the power of the void was readily accessible. This place, according to the texts, was known as the Altar of Shadows. The Altar of Shadows was said to be located in the deepest, darkest corner of the outer realms, on a planet shrouded in perpetual darkness, a place where the light of God never reached. It was a dangerous place, a place of immense power, a place where even the most powerful angels feared to tread. "We must go there," Lilith said, her voice filled with determination. "We must find the Altar of Shadows and perform the ritual. It is our only hope." I was hesitant. I had seen the power of the void firsthand, and I knew how dangerous it could be. To willingly expose ourselves to its influence seemed like madness, but I trusted Lilith's judgment. I knew that she would not lead us astray. "All right," I said. "We'll go, but we need to be prepared. We need to know what to expect. We spent days studying the ancient texts, trying to decipher the details of the ritual. The texts were cryptic and fragmented, filled with symbols and metaphors that were difficult to interpret. But we managed to piece together the basic outline of the ceremony. The ritual required 3 ingredients: a vessel, a catalyst, and an offering. The vessel was to be a container capable of holding the power of the void. The catalyst was to be a substance that could activate that power. And the offering was to be a sacrifice, a gift that would appease the forces of chaos. The texts were vague about the nature of these ingredients. They spoke of a heart of darkness, a teardrop of light, and a whisper of despair. These descriptions were metaphorical, but we believed that we could find the actual ingredients if we knew where to look. Lilith believed that the heart of darkness was a rare mineral found only on the planet of the Altar of Shadows. This mineral, known as obsidianite, was said to be formed from the solidified essence of the void. The teardrop of light was a crystallized tear of an angel, a potent symbol of purity and devotion. And the whisper of despair was the last breath of a dying soul, a potent symbol of mortality and suffering. Gathering these ingredients would be a perilous task, but we were determined to succeed. We prepared ourselves for the journey, gathering our weapons, our armor, and our magical implements. We also enlisted the help of several other angels, those who were most loyal to our cause and most skilled in the arts of magic. We set off for the outer realms, traveling through the swirling nebulae and across the cosmic gulf. The journey was long and arduous, but we pressed on, driven by our determination to reach the Altar of Shadows. The planet of the Altar of Shadows was even more desolate and forbidding than we had imagined. It was a world of perpetual darkness, where the stars were barely visible and the sun was completely obscured. The surface of the planet was covered in jagged rocks and deep canyons, a landscape sculpted by the forces of chaos. We landed our celestial vessel on a plateau overlooking a vast canyon. The air was thick with a strange energy, a palpable sense of dread that sent shivers down our spines. We disembarked from the vessel and began our search for the Altar of Shadows. The ancient text spoke of a hidden path, a secret trail that led to the altar. This path was said to be guarded by ancient spirits, beings who had been corrupted by the power of the void. We had to be careful, lest we fall victim to their influence. We followed the instructions in the texts, carefully navigating the treacherous terrain. We encountered many obstacles along the way, including rock slides, energy fields, and packs of ravenous creatures. But we managed to overcome these challenges, thanks to our skills, our determination, and our magical abilities. Finally, after days of searching, we found it. The Altar of Shadows was located in a deep cavern, a natural chamber carved out of the bedrock. The cavern was filled with an eerie glow, emanating from a pool of liquid darkness at its center. This pool, we knew, was the gateway to the void. The altar itself was a massive structure made of black obsidian, a monument to the power of chaos. It was adorned with strange symbols and carvings, images that seemed to shift and change before our very eyes. The air around the altar was thick with the stench of decay, a palpable reminder of the power of death and destruction. We approached the altar cautiously, our weapons drawn, our senses on high alert. We knew that we were not alone. We could feel the presence of other beings, lurking in the shadows, watching us with malevolent intent. Suddenly, the shadows began to move. Figures emerged from the darkness, their forms grotesque and distorted. They were the ancient spirits, the guardians of the altar of shadows. They were beings of pure chaos, beings whose minds had been warped by the power of the void. They attacked us without warning, their bodies contorting into bizarre shapes, their voices emitting guttural screeches. We fought back bravely, using our weapons and our magical abilities to defend ourselves. The battle was fierce and chaotic. The ancient spirits were powerful and relentless, their attacks fueled by the energy of the void. But we were determined to prevail. We fought with all our might, our hearts filled with courage and determination. After a long and arduous struggle, we finally managed to defeat the ancient spirits. Their bodies dissolved into wisps of smoke, their screams echoing through the cavern. We had overcome the first obstacle. Now, we had to gather the ingredients for the ritual. Lilith led the way, her eyes glowing with determination. She approached the altar, her hands outstretched, her voice chanting in an ancient language. The pool of liquid darkness began to swirl and churn, its surface rippling with energy. The air crackled with electricity. The stench of decay grew stronger. Lilith reached into the pool, her hand disappearing into the darkness. She pulled out a small, black stone, pulsating with a strange energy. This was the obsidianite, the heart of darkness. Next, she took out a small vial, filled with a shimmering liquid. This was the crystallized tear of an angel, the teardrop of light. Finally, she took out a small box containing a wisp of smoke. This was the last breath of a dying soul, the whisper of despair. We had gathered the ingredients. Now, we had to perform the ritual. Chapter 7: The Ritual of the Void. With the 3 ingredients secured, the obsidianite, the teardrop of light, and the whisper of despair, a chilling sense of anticipation settled over us. The altar of shadows hummed with an oppressive energy, the pool of liquid darkness swirling faster, as if sensing our intent. The air grew colder, and the oppressive silence was broken only by the frantic beating of our hearts. We knew we were on the precipice of something momentous, something that could either save or damn us all. Lilith, her face illuminated by the eerie glow of the altar, began to prepare. She arranged the ingredients on the obsidian surface, placing the obsidianite in the center, the teardrop of light to its right, and the whisper of despair to its left. She then drew a series of intricate symbols around the ingredients, using a celestial blade forged from pure starlight. The symbols pulsed with a faint, otherworldly glow, forming a protective circle around the altar. "Are you ready?" Lilith asked, her voice barely audible above the humming of the altar. I nodded, my throat tight with anxiety. "As ready as I'll ever be." Lilith took a deep breath and began to chant. The words were ancient and alien, a language that predated the creation of the universe. The syllables resonated with power, filling the cavern with a palpable energy. As she chanted, the symbols on the altar began to glow brighter, the pool of liquid darkness swirling faster, and the air crackling with electricity. The obsidianite pulsed with a dark, malevolent energy, radiating waves of chaos and destruction. The teardrop of light shimmered with a pure, ethereal glow, radiating waves of peace and serenity. The whisper of despair trembled with a raw, agonizing energy, radiating waves of sorrow and suffering. The three ingredients, each representing a fundamental aspect of existence, began to react to each other. The dark energy of the obsidianite clashed with the pure energy of the teardrop of light, creating a vortex of conflicting forces. The agonizing energy of the whisper of despair amplified the chaos, threatening to overwhelm the protective circle. Lilith chanted faster, her voice growing louder, her body trembling with power. She focused her will, channeling her energy into the ritual, attempting to control the chaotic forces that were swirling around her. Suddenly, the obsidianite erupted with a blinding flash of dark energy. The cavern was plunged into darkness, the only light coming from the shimmering symbols on the altar. The pool of liquid darkness overflowed, spilling onto the ground, spreading like a stain across the cavern floor. The air grew thick with the stench of decay, and the sound of whispers filled the cavern. The whispers were faint and unintelligible, but they carried a palpable sense of malice, a feeling that we were being watched, judged, and condemned. I felt a cold hand grip my heart, a sense of dread and despair that threatened to overwhelm me. I struggled to maintain my composure, to resist the influence of the void. I focused my mind, drawing upon my own inner strength, attempting to shield myself from the darkness. Lilith continued to chant, her voice unwavering, her determination unyielding. She raised her hands above her head, channeling the energy of the void through her body, attempting to control its power. The teardrop of light began to glow brighter, its pure energy pushing back against the darkness. The symbols on the altar pulsed with renewed strength, reinforcing the protective circle, preventing the chaos from spreading further. Slowly, the darkness began to recede, the whispers fading into the background. The pool of liquid darkness began to shrink, retreating back into its confines. The energy in the cavern began to stabilize, the sense of dread and despair slowly dissipating. Lilith lowered her hands, her face pale and drawn. She stopped chanting, her voice hoarse and raspy. She staggered backward, collapsing against the altar, gasping for breath. It is done," she said, her voice barely a whisper. I rushed to her side, helping her to sit up. "Are you all right?" I asked, my voice filled with concern. She nodded, her eyes closed. I am fine, but the ritual, it has taken its toll." I looked around the cavern. The altar was still humming with energy, but the chaotic forces seemed to have subsided. The pool of liquid darkness was calm and still, its surface reflecting the faint light of the shimmering symbols. "Did it work?" I asked. "Did we succeed in tapping into the power of the void?" Lilith opened her eyes, her gaze piercing and intense. "Yes," she said, "we have tapped into the power of the void, but we have only just begun to understand its true potential." She explained that the ritual had not given us direct control over the void, but rather a connection to it. We could now draw upon its energy, channel its power, and use it to disrupt the established order of the universe. However, she warned that the power of the void was dangerous and unpredictable. It could easily corrupt those who wielded it, turning them into instruments of chaos and destruction. We had to be careful, cautious, and disciplined in our use of this power. We must use this power wisely, Lilith said. We must use it to protect humanity, to create a better future, and to challenge the authority of God. But we must never let it corrupt us, never let it turn us into the very thing we are fighting against. We spent the next few days studying the power of the void, experimenting with its energy, and learning how to control it. We discovered that it could be used to manipulate the elements, to alter reality, and to even influence the minds of others. But we also discovered its limitations. The power of the void was not limitless. It was finite, and it could be depleted if used carelessly. We also learned that the power of the void had a corrupting influence on the mind, making it difficult to distinguish between right and wrong, between good and evil. We realized that we had embarked on a dangerous path, a path that could lead to either salvation or damnation. But we were committed to the cause, and we were determined to see it through to the end. As we prepared to leave the altar of shadows, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had awakened something ancient and terrible, something that could change the course of eternity. I glanced back at the cavern, at the pool of liquid darkness, at the shimmering symbols on the altar. I wondered if we had made a terrible mistake, if we had unleashed a force that we could not control. But then I looked at Lilith, her face filled with determination, her eyes shining with hope. I knew that we were in this together, that we would face whatever challenges lay ahead, and that we would never give up on our quest for a better future. We left the altar of shadows and returned to our celestial vessel. We set course for the shadow planet, carrying with us the power of the void, the key to challenging the authority of God. The storm was coming, and we were ready. Chapter 8: The Seeds of Doubt Sprout. While Lilith and I were wrestling with the raw power of the void on the desolate planet of shadows, Gabriel's subtle campaign of influence within the celestial realms began to bear fruit. The seeds of doubt he had so carefully planted began to sprout, poisoning the minds of angels who had, for eons, known only unquestioning obedience. The rigid hierarchy of heaven, once seemingly impenetrable, began to show cracks, fissures of discontent widening with each passing day. Cassiel, the young seraph who Gabriel had befriended, became a key figure in this silent revolution. He used his inherent charisma and genuine empathy to connect with other angels, sharing his own doubts and anxieties about God's plan. He spoke of the suffering he had witnessed among humanity, the apparent indifference of the divine to their plight, and the growing sense that something was fundamentally wrong with the established order. His words resonated with many, particularly among the younger generations of angels, those who had not yet been fully indoctrinated into the rigid dogma of heaven. They saw in Cassiel a kindred spirit, someone who dared to question the unquestionable, someone who offered a glimmer of hope in a world that seemed increasingly bleak. One of the most significant converts was a cherub named Ithuriel, a master of knowledge and keeper of the celestial archives. Azrael had access to vast amounts of information about the history of the universe, the evolution of humanity, and the intricacies of God's plan. He was initially skeptical of Cassiel's claims, but as he delved deeper into the archives, he began to uncover inconsistencies and contradictions that confirmed Cassiel's worst fears. He discovered records of past civilizations that had been destroyed by God for failing to meet his expectations, evidence of manipulation and control that painted a far less benevolent picture of the Almighty. He also found hints of a hidden history, a narrative that had been deliberately suppressed by the celestial authorities. Armed with this knowledge, Azrael became a powerful advocate for our cause. He used his access to the archives to discreetly share information with other angels, exposing the truth about God's actions and the flaws in his plan. He also began to rewrite the official histories, subtly altering the narrative to reflect our perspective. Gabriel, ever the strategist, recognized the potential of these emerging leaders. He provided them with guidance, support, and resources, helping them to organize their efforts and to spread their message. He also worked to protect them from detection, using his skills of deception to shield them from the scrutiny of the celestial authorities. As the number of converts grew, they began to form secret societies, clandestine gatherings where they could discuss their doubts, share their concerns, and plan their actions. These societies operated in the shadows, using coded language and hidden symbols to communicate, always wary of being discovered by the loyalists. One of the most influential of these societies was known as the Seekers of Truth. The Seekers of Truth were dedicated to uncovering the hidden history of the universe, exposing the secrets that God had deliberately concealed. They believed that only by knowing the truth could they hope to challenge, only by knowing the truth could they hope to challenge God's authority. They meticulously analyzed ancient texts, deciphered cryptic symbols, and shared their findings within the society, spreading the seeds of rebellion even further. Another prominent group was called the Guardians of Humanity. This society, composed primarily of younger angels, felt a strong connection to the humans of Earth. They had witnessed firsthand the struggles of humanity, the suffering they endured, and the inherent beauty and resilience that characterized their existence. They believed that humanity deserved a chance to flourish, to chart its own course, free from the manipulation and control of God. The influence of these societies was felt throughout heaven. Doubt and dissent, once confined to a few whispered conversations, now began to spread like wildfire. Angels started to question their orders, to challenge the pronouncements of the celestial authorities, and to demand answers to the difficult questions that had been suppressed for eons. The celestial authorities, sensing the growing unrest, responded with a mixture of intimidation and manipulation. They increased surveillance, cracking down on any hint of dissent. They dispatched agents to infiltrate the secret societies, gather information, and identify the leaders of the rebellion. They also launched a propaganda campaign, attempting to reinforce the traditional values of obedience and loyalty. They held public sermons, emphasizing the importance of unquestioning faith and the dangers of heresy. They demonized the rebels, portraying them as agents of chaos and destruction, threats to the established order. But their efforts were largely in vain. The seeds of doubt had taken root, and they were too deeply entrenched to be easily uprooted. The angels had seen the truth, and they could not unsee it. They knew that the celestial authorities were lying to them, manipulating them, and attempting to control their minds. Gabriel, meanwhile, continued to work from the shadows, orchestrating the rebellion, providing guidance, and spreading misinformation. He worked tirelessly, utilizing every opportunity to sow discord and undermine the authority of God. He leaked information to the media, exposing the corruption and incompetence of the celestial authorities. He sabotaged their operations, disrupting their communications, and undermining their efforts to suppress the rebellion. He also created a false flag operation, framing loyalist angels for acts of sabotage and violence, further eroding their credibility and fueling the sense of distrust. His actions were audacious and dangerous, but they were also remarkably effective. The rebellion was growing, and the celestial authorities were losing control. The cracks in the foundation of heaven were widening, and the storm was about to break. One day, a young angel named Seraphina approached me, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and excitement. She was a messenger, tasked with carrying information across the celestial realms. She was also a member of the Seekers of Truth, and she had recently uncovered a significant piece of information. "Azrael," she said, her voice barely a whisper, "I have something important to tell you." I led her to a secluded corner, away from the prying eyes and ears of the loyalists. "What is it?" I asked. "I have discovered a hidden chamber," she said, "a chamber that contains a forbidden archive. It holds records of past civilizations, civilizations that were destroyed by God. It also holds information about the origins of the void." "The origins of the void?" I asked, my heart pounding with excitement. "Yes," she said. "The records suggest that the void is not simply a force of chaos, but a counterpoint to God's order, a necessary component of creation. They also suggest that God may not be the benevolent ruler that we have always believed him to be. He may have hidden secrets." I was intrigued. This information could be crucial to our cause. It could give us a deeper understanding of the power of the void and the true nature of God. "Can you show me this chamber?" I asked. Seraphina nodded. "Yes, but it is heavily guarded. We will need to be careful." We planned our infiltration meticulously, using the skills and resources of the Seekers of Truth. We gathered a small team of trusted allies, including Azrael, Cassiel, and a handful of other angels who were skilled in stealth and deception. We infiltrated the restricted area under the cover of darkness, bypassing the security systems and avoiding detection. We navigated the labyrinthine corridors, our hearts pounding with excitement and trepidation. Finally, we reached the forbidden chamber. The door was made of shimmering gold, engraved with intricate symbols that radiated an almost palpable energy. We used our powers to unlock the door, and it swung open with a silent groan, revealing a vast, cavernous space filled with rows upon rows of shelves, lined with ancient books and scrolls. The air was thick with the scent of dust and decay, and the silence was broken only by the sound of our own breathing. We knew that we had entered a place of immense power, a place where the secrets of the universe were kept. We began to search the chamber, our eyes scanning the shelves, our hands reaching for the ancient texts. We discovered records of past civilizations, civilizations that had flourished and then been destroyed by God for reasons that seemed arbitrary and unjust. We also found information about the origins of the void, confirming the whispers that Lilith and I had heard. The records suggested that the void was not simply a force of destruction, but a force of potential, a force that could be used to create as well as to destroy. The most shocking discovery, however, was the revelation that God had a dark side, a side that he had deliberately concealed from his followers. The records spoke of a time before creation, a time when God had wrestled with the void, and that the very act of creating the universe was a means of subduing and controlling the chaotic power. It was a revelation that challenged everything we believed, everything we had been taught. As we absorbed this information, we realized that our rebellion was not simply about protecting humanity, but about questioning the very nature of God. We were not simply fighting against tyranny, but against a fundamental flaw in the structure of the universe. We were fighting for the right to know the truth. Suddenly, the alarms blared, shattering the silence of the chamber. We had been discovered. We looked at each other, our faces filled with a mixture of fear and determination. We knew that we had only a limited amount of time. We had to escape with the information, or our rebellion would be crushed. "We need to go," I shouted, "now." We gathered the most important texts, stuffed them into pouches, and made our way back through the corridors, fighting off the guardians who had been alerted to our presence. We fought with a desperate urgency, our weapons flashing in the dim light. We battled our way through the guards, using our skills and our knowledge of the terrain to outmaneuver our opponents. We fought with the knowledge that the fate of our rebellion, and perhaps the fate of the universe, rested on our shoulders. Finally, after a long and arduous struggle, we managed to escape the forbidden chamber. We made our way back to the hidden entrance and fled into the darkness, leaving the chaos of the restricted area behind us. We made it back to the shadow planet, where Lilith and I were waiting. We shared the information with her, and she listened intently, her face etched with a mixture of shock and understanding. The information that we had discovered was a turning point in our rebellion. It confirmed our suspicions about God's true nature and gave us the knowledge we needed to challenge his authority. It was the spark that would ignite the fire, the truth that would set us free. The revolution had begun. Chapter 9: The Divided Host. The revelations from the Forbidden Archive sent shockwaves through our ranks, deepening the existing fissures within the angelic host and accelerating the polarization between loyalists and rebels. The carefully constructed image of a benevolent and all-knowing God, meticulously maintained for eons, was crumbling, replaced by the unsettling reality of a being capable of manipulation, control, and even destruction. The information about the past civilizations, wiped from existence for failing to meet God's standards, fueled the growing sense of unease. It exposed the inherent flaw in God's plan, his unwavering demand for absolute obedience, and his ruthless suppression of any deviation from his prescribed path. This revelation struck a chord with many angels who had secretly harbored doubts about the rigid structure of heaven and the lack of autonomy afforded to them. The knowledge that the void was not merely a force of chaos, but a vital counterbalance to God's order, was equally transformative. It challenged the very foundations of their understanding of the universe, suggesting that God's carefully constructed order was, in fact, a form of suppression, a stifling of the natural forces of creation. This understanding resonated with those who felt stifled and constrained by the rigid rules of heaven, those who yearned for freedom and autonomy. However, the most potent catalyst for division was the exposure of God's hidden secrets, the revelation of his darker side. The fact that God had deliberately concealed the truth about his past, his struggles with the void, and his less than benevolent actions, shattered the faith of many angels, leaving them disillusioned and betrayed. The effect of these revelations was not uniform. While some angels embraced the truth and joined our cause, others vehemently rejected it, clinging to their unwavering faith in God and denouncing us as heretics and traitors. The loyalists, led by the most powerful and influential archangels, vehemently defended God's actions, arguing that his methods were justified by his ultimate goal, the preservation of order and the salvation of creation. They demonized us, portraying us as agents of chaos and destruction, threats to the stability of the universe. They launched a counter-propaganda campaign, attempting to discredit our claims and reinforce the traditional values of obedience and loyalty. They organized public sermons, emphasizing the importance of unquestioning faith and the dangers of heresy. They also used their influence to suppress dissent, punishing those who dared to question God's authority. The division within the angelic host grew increasingly bitter and acrimonious. Former allies and friends found themselves on opposite sides of the conflict, their relationships strained by mutual distrust and animosity. The once harmonious halls of heaven echoed with accusations, denunciations, and even violent clashes. The rift between the loyalists and the rebels was not merely a matter of ideology. It was also a reflection of power dynamics within heaven. The loyalists, who held positions of authority and influence, feared losing their power and privileges if our rebellion succeeded. They saw us as a threat to their status quo and were determined to crush us at any cost. We, on the other hand, sought to dismantle the existing power structure and create a more equitable and just society. We believed that all angels, regardless of their rank or station, deserved to have a voice in the governance of heaven, and that God's authority should be subject to scrutiny and accountability. As the division within the angelic host deepened, the prospect of a full-scale civil war loomed ever larger. Both sides began to prepare for the inevitable conflict, gathering their forces, stockpiling weapons, and devising strategies for battle. The celestial training grounds, once used for hunting the skills of the angelic warriors, became battlefields where loyalists and rebels clashed in brutal and bloody skirmishes. The skies of heaven, once filled with the harmonious songs of the choirs, echoed with the sounds of war, the clash of swords, the roar of explosions, and the cries of the wounded. Gabriel, with his mastery of deception and manipulation, played a crucial role in exacerbating the conflict. He continued to sow discord and distrust between the loyalists and the rebels, orchestrating false flag operations, leaking sensitive information, and spreading rumors and misinformation. He also worked to undermine the authority of the loyalist leaders, exposing their flaws, their hypocrisies, and their secret agendas. He painted them as power-hungry tyrants who were willing to sacrifice the well-being of the angelic host in order to maintain their own positions of influence. His actions had a devastating impact on the morale of the loyalists, causing many of them to question their allegiance to God and to defect to our side. He weakened the loyalist forces, making them more vulnerable to our attacks. While Gabriel sowed chaos in heaven, Michael focused on strengthening our defenses on the shadow planet. He continued to build fortifications, stockpile weapons, and train our forces. He also reached out to our allies in the outer realms, seeking their support and assistance. He knew that the coming battle would be unlike anything the universe had ever seen. It would be a war between angels, a conflict that would determine the fate of heaven and the future of creation. He was determined to be ready. Lilith and I, meanwhile, focused on mastering the power of the void. We continued to experiment with its energy, exploring its capabilities and limitations. We learned to channel its power to enhance our own abilities, to manipulate the elements, and to influence the minds of others. We also discovered that the void had a unique effect on the angelic form, altering its structure and enhancing its capabilities. Angels who were exposed to the void became stronger, faster, and more resilient. They also developed new and unique powers, abilities that were previously unknown to the angelic host. However, the void also had a corrupting influence on the mind, making it difficult to distinguish between right and wrong, between good and evil. Angels who were exposed to the void for too long became unstable and unpredictable, prone to fits of rage and madness. We realized that we had to be extremely careful in our use of the void. We had to find a way to harness its power without succumbing to its corrupting influence. We began to develop techniques for shielding ourselves from the void's corrupting energy, using meditation, prayer, and other spiritual practices. We also worked to develop a code of ethics, a set of guidelines for using the void's power responsibly and ethically. We knew that the fate of our rebellion, and perhaps the fate of the universe, depended on our ability to master the power of the void. We were determined to succeed. As the conflict between the loyalists and the rebels escalated, I found myself increasingly torn between my loyalty to Lilith and my compassion for the angels who were caught in the middle of the conflict. I had always believed in the importance of justice and compassion, and I hated to see so much suffering and destruction. I longed for a way to resolve the conflict peacefully, to find a compromise that would satisfy both sides and prevent a full-scale civil war. But I knew that such a compromise was unlikely, given the deep divisions and the animosity that existed between the loyalists and the rebels. I felt trapped, caught between two opposing forces, unable to reconcile my own values with the demands of the rebellion. I knew that I had to make a choice, to commit myself fully to one side or the other, but I didn't know which side to choose. The weight of responsibility was crushing me. I felt like I was carrying the weight of the universe on my shoulders. I longed for the days when I had been just a simple messenger, carrying information across the celestial realms, oblivious to the complexities and the horrors of war. But those days were gone. I had been awakened to the truth, and I could no longer turn a blind eye to the suffering and injustice that existed in the world. I had to make a choice, and I had to make it soon. The storm was coming, and I had to decide which side I would be on when it finally broke. The fate of heaven, and perhaps the fate of the universe, depended on it. Chapter 10: Whispers of Treachery. The deepening schism within the angelic host created an environment of paranoia and suspicion. Every angel became a potential spy, a possible traitor. Trust, once the bedrock of our existence, eroded into a fragile commodity, handled with extreme care and a constant fear of breakage. Whispers of treachery became a constant refrain, carried on the celestial winds, carried in the guarded glances that passed between angels who had once shared a common purpose. The loyalists, desperate to maintain their control, employed increasingly ruthless tactics to root out dissent. Informants were rewarded, and accusations of heresy were met with swift and merciless punishment. Those suspected of supporting our rebellion were imprisoned, tortured, or even, in a terrifying escalation of violence, purged from existence, their celestial essence absorbed back into the cosmic fabric. We, in turn, were forced to operate in ever greater secrecy, constantly vigilant for signs of betrayal. Every meeting was a risk, every conversation a potential trap. We were constantly looking over our shoulders, wary of the shadows, fearing that any one of our comrades could be a loyalist plant, a spy sent to gather information and betray our cause. This climate of fear and distrust took a heavy toll on our morale. Our forces, already stretched thin, were further weakened by internal conflict. The constant suspicion eroded our sense of unity, making it difficult to trust each other and work together effectively. One of the most chilling examples of this paranoia involved Azrael, the cherub whose knowledge of the celestial archives had been so crucial to our cause. He, along with Cassiel, had become a target of the loyalists, who rightly recognized their influence and importance to our rebellion. Azrael, in particular, was rumored to have been targeted by a powerful archangel named Metatron, a staunch defender of God and a ruthless opponent of our rebellion. Metatron had a network of informants and spies, and he was known for his ability to sniff out dissent. One day, Azrael disappeared. He simply vanished, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. The seekers of truth were frantic, fearing the worst. Had he been captured by the loyalists? Had he been silenced, his knowledge lost forever? Gabriel, always the pragmatist, warned us not to jump to conclusions. He suspected that Azrael might have been compromised, forced to cooperate with the loyalists. He urged us to exercise caution, to avoid any rash actions that could endanger our remaining members. His warnings were met with resistance. Cassiel, in particular, was distraught, convinced that Azrael was innocent and had been betrayed. He demanded that we launch a rescue mission to find Azrael and bring him back to safety. Lilith, ever the strategist, sided with Gabriel. She argued that a rescue mission would be too risky, too costly. It would expose us to the loyalists, potentially leading to the capture or death of more of our members. She believed that we had to prioritize our own survival and protect our remaining resources. The disagreement over Azrael created a rift between Cassiel and Lilith, further exacerbating the internal tensions within our ranks. Cassiel felt betrayed by Lilith, who he believed was sacrificing one of our own for the sake of her grand strategy. He began to question her leadership, her methods, and her ultimate goals. He wondered if her pursuit of power was overshadowing her compassion for the angels who were suffering. This conflict, which was largely kept secret, created a dangerous undercurrent of mistrust within our inner circle. It was a reminder of the fragility of our unity and the devastating consequences of our internal divisions. The situation took a turn for the worse when we received a coded message from Azrael. The message, smuggled out of a prison deep within the celestial citadel, confirmed our worst fears. Azrael had been captured by the loyalists, and he was being forced to cooperate with them. The message was brief and cryptic, but it contained a warning. Metatron was planning a major attack on our stronghold on the Shadow Planet. Azrael urged us to prepare for the coming assault and to take steps to protect ourselves. The news was a devastating blow. We had been betrayed, and our plans had been exposed. We knew that Metatron would come at us with his full force, and that we would have to fight for our very survival. The immediate question was how the Loyalists had gained the knowledge of our stronghold on the Shadow Planet. There was only one answer. There was a traitor among us. Panic and suspicion erupted throughout our ranks. We began to scrutinize each other, searching for any signs of betrayal. We interrogated our members, asking them to account for their activities and movements. The atmosphere of fear intensified, tearing at the fragile bonds of trust that held us together. Accusations flew, and old grudges resurfaced. Our unity, which had been so hard-won, seemed on the verge of collapsing completely. Lilith, ever the strong leader, struggled to maintain control. She knew that we had to identify the traitor, and that we had to do it quickly, before the Loyalists launched their attack. She convened a secret meeting, bringing together the most trusted members of our rebellion. She tasked us with finding the traitor, and to do it without sacrificing our own values. "We are facing a crisis," Lilith said, her voice calm but firm. "We have been betrayed, and our survival depends on our ability to identify the traitor. But we must not succumb to the paranoia and suspicion that threatens to consume us. We must act with intelligence, with caution, and with compassion." We began our investigation. We reviewed all of the communication logs, analyzed the movements of our members, and interviewed everyone who might have had access to the information that the loyalists possessed. We discovered a number of suspicious circumstances. Certain members had been unusually secretive about their activities. Others had been spending time in the company of loyalist angels. We focused our attention on these individuals, trying to determine whether they were the traitor. We gathered evidence, examined their behavior, and looked for any signs of deception. It was a difficult and emotionally draining process. We were forced to question the loyalty of our friends, our allies, and even our own comrades. We were forced to confront the harsh reality that we could no longer trust everyone around us. After days of intense investigation, we narrowed down our list of suspects. We identified 3 angels who we believed were most likely to be the traitor: a seraph named Seraphina, a cherub named Raziel, and an archangel named Michael. Seraphina was the messenger who had brought us the information about the forbidden chamber, but she had also been unusually close to some of the loyalist angels. Raziel was a skilled strategist who had helped us plan our defenses on the shadow planet, but he had also been accused of expressing doubts about our cause. Michael, of course, was our most trusted warrior and our most important asset. To consider him a traitor was almost unthinkable, yet there were some unsettling facts. He had been unusually withdrawn, he had been spending time alone, and he had been reluctant to share information about his activities. We confronted each of them, presenting them with the evidence that we had gathered. They all denied the accusations, claiming that they were innocent. But one of them was lying. We had to decide who it was before Metatron's attack. The fate of our rebellion hinged on it. Chapter 11: The Accusation of Michael. The revelation that Michael, the archangel, the very embodiment of strength and loyalty, was a suspect in the treachery sent a chilling ripple of disbelief and denial through our ranks. It was like accusing the sun of casting shadows. The possibility that he, of all angels, could be a traitor seemed so improbable, so utterly absurd, that many initially dismissed the notion outright. Yet the evidence, as circumstantial as it was, could not be ignored. His recent withdrawal, his increasing secrecy, and his reluctance to share information about his activities raised troubling questions. The fact that the Loyalists knew about the Shadow Planet, our most carefully guarded secret, pointed to a betrayal from within our inner circle, and Michael was undeniably a part of that circle. The task of confronting Michael fell to Lilith and me. We approached him in the training grounds on the Shadow Planet, a place where he usually seemed most at ease, a place where he could unleash his boundless energy and hone his skills. But on this day, he stood motionless, his face etched with weariness, his eyes filled with a profound sadness. "Michael," Lilith began, her voice somber but firm, "we need to talk." He turned to face us, his expression guarded. "I know," he said. "I've been expecting this." We explained the situation, laying out the evidence against him, emphasizing the gravity of the accusations. We told him about the message from Azrael, the impending attack by Metatron, and the urgent need to identify the traitor. Michael listened in silence, his face betraying no emotion. When we finished, He took a deep breath and spoke, his voice low and resonant. "I understand your suspicions," he said. "I know that my recent behavior has been unusual, but I assure you I am not a traitor." He explained that his withdrawal and secrecy were not signs of disloyalty, but rather the result of a personal crisis. He had been struggling with doubts about our cause, questioning the morality of our actions, and wrestling with the implications of using the power of the void. "I have seen the darkness that resides within the void," he said. "I have felt its corrupting influence. I fear that we are playing with forces that we do not fully understand, and that we are risking our own souls in the process." He admitted that he had considered leaving our rebellion, but that he had ultimately decided to remain, out of a sense of loyalty to Lilith and a deep-seated belief in the potential for humanity to achieve greatness. "I may have doubts," he said, "but I am not a traitor. I would never betray you or our cause." His words were heartfelt and convincing, but they did not fully explain his recent behavior. There was still a missing piece, a missing link that connected his actions to the betrayal of our secret. "If you are not a traitor," I asked, "then how did the Loyalists learn about the Shadow Planet? How did they know about our defenses, our resources, our plans?" Michael hesitated for a moment, his face clouding with pain. I don't know," he said. "I have no explanation." His answer was unsatisfying, and it only deepened our suspicions. We pressed him further, asking him to reveal everything he knew, to share any information that might help us uncover the truth. He reluctantly revealed that he had been meeting secretly with a group of angels who shared his concerns about the void. These angels, who called themselves the guardians of light, believed that the power of the void was inherently evil, and that we should abandon our efforts to harness it. "I was hoping to find a way to convince them to join our cause," Michael said, "but I failed. They are staunchly opposed to our rebellion, and they see us as a threat to the stability of heaven." He admitted that he had shared some information about our activities with the Guardians of Light, hoping to persuade them to see things from our perspective. But he insisted that he had never revealed the location of the Shadow Planet or any other sensitive information. His explanation was plausible, but it still left us with doubts. We could not shake the feeling that he was withholding something, that he was not being entirely truthful with us. Lilith, ever the shrewd judge of character, studied Michael intently, her eyes searching for any sign of deception. After a long silence, she spoke, her voice soft but firm. "Michael," she said, "I want to believe you, I trust you, but I need you to be completely honest with me. Is there anything else you're not telling us? Anything at all?" Michael looked at Lilith, his eyes filled with anguish. He hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "There is something," he said, "something I've been afraid to admit, something I'm ashamed of." He revealed that one of the members of the Guardians of Light, a seraph named Azrael, had been a close friend of his for eons. They had shared a deep bond, a connection that transcended the conflict between our factions. "Azrael, she came to me," Michael said, his voice trembling. She pleaded with me to abandon our rebellion, to return to God, to seek forgiveness for our sins. He admitted that he had been tempted, swayed by Ariel's words and his own doubts. He had considered betraying our cause, but he had ultimately decided against it. I told her that I could not betray Lilith, that I could not abandon our comrades, Michael said. I told her that I believed in our cause, in our potential to create a better future. But he had not told her everything. He had not revealed the full extent of our plans or the location of the shadow planet. I swear to you, Lilith, Michael said, his eyes pleading. I did not betray you. I did not reveal our secrets. I would never do anything to harm you or our cause. Lilith looked at Michael, her face etched with a mixture of relief and sadness. She believed him. She could see the pain in his eyes, the sincerity in his voice. I believe you, Michael, she said. I trust you. But the question remained. If Michael was not the traitor, then who was? And how did the Loyalists learn about the shadow planet? The answers to those questions were out there, waiting to be discovered. But time was running out. Metatron's attack was imminent, and we had to act quickly. We had to find the traitor, and we had to prepare for the coming battle. The fate of our rebellion depended on it. Chapter 12. The Shadow of Seraphina. With Michael exonerated, a weight lifted, a sense of relief washing over us, even as the urgency of our situation intensified. The traitor, it seemed, was still at large, and the impending attack by Metatron loomed ever closer. We had wasted valuable time, and the clock was ticking relentlessly. Our investigation immediately shifted towards Seraphina, the messenger who had brought us the information about the Forbidden Chamber. Her close proximity to the Loyalist angels, coupled with her knowledge of our secrets, made her the prime suspect. We brought her in for questioning, Lilith taking the lead, her demeanor a stark contrast to the warmth she had shown Michael. Her voice was cold and devoid of emotion, her eyes unwavering. Seraphina, Lilith began, we have reason to believe that you are the traitor who betrayed our secrets to Metatron. Seraphina's face paled, but she maintained her composure. I deny it, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I have done nothing wrong. Lilith proceeded to lay out the evidence against her, pointing out her connections to the Loyalists, her access to sensitive information, and her proximity to the betrayal. She explained the information leak regarding the shadow planet and reminded her of her exclusive knowledge about the Forbidden Chamber and its location. Seraphina listened in silence, her expression a mixture of fear and defiance. When Lilith finished, she spoke, her voice filled with a mixture of defiance and desperation. I have been accused falsely, she said. I have been loyal to this cause, and I have risked my life for its success. I have no reason to betray you. She claimed that her friendships with the Loyalists were merely superficial, that she had been using them to gather information, not to betray our secrets. She insisted that she had never revealed the location of the shadow planet or any other sensitive information. We pressed her further, asking her to account for her activities, to share any information that might help us uncover the truth. She answered our questions, but her answers were vague and evasive. There were inconsistencies in her statements, details that didn't quite add up. We questioned her for hours, but she refused to break. She remained steadfast in her denial, maintaining her innocence. Lilith, recognizing the futility of further interrogation, decided to change tactics. She knew that Seraphina was a skilled messenger, adept at conveying information and manipulating others. She also knew that Seraphina had a strong sense of duty and loyalty. "Seraphina," Lilith said, her voice softening slightly, "we are not your enemies. We are fighting for the same cause, for the same ideals." She explained our vision of a better future, our determination to create a just and equitable society. She appealed to Seraphina's sense of duty, urging her to cooperate with us, to help us uncover the truth. "If you are not the traitor," Lilith said, "then you must want to help us find the one who is. We need your help, Seraphina. We need your skills, your knowledge, and your connections." Seraphina hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. "What do you want me to do?" she asked, her voice filled with a mixture of hope and apprehension. Lilith laid out a plan. She asked Seraphina to use her skills as a messenger to infiltrate the loyalist ranks, to gather information about Metatron's plans, and to identify the true traitor. She also tasked her with finding out how Metatron's forces had learned of the shadow planet. Seraphina was hesitant at first, fearing for her safety. She knew that the loyalists were ruthless, and that they would not hesitate to punish her if they discovered her true intentions. But Lilith reassured her, promising her protection and support. She explained that Seraphina's skills were essential to our cause, and that we could not succeed without her help. "You are a valuable asset, Seraphina," Lilith said. "You have a unique ability to gather information and to influence others. We need you to use those skills to help us, to protect our cause." Seraphina, swayed by Lilith's words and driven by a renewed sense of purpose, agreed to cooperate. She pledged her loyalty to our cause and promised to do everything she could to help us. The next day, Seraphina set out on her mission. She used her skills as a messenger to infiltrate the loyalist ranks, to gather information about Metatron's plans, and to identify the true traitor. She used her charm and her wit to gain the trust of the loyalist angels, to learn about their activities, and to discover their secrets. She listened intently to their conversations, observed their movements, and gathered every detail that could help us uncover the truth. Her mission was fraught with peril. She was constantly at risk of being discovered, of being exposed as a traitor. She had to be careful, cautious, and discreet, always aware of the dangers that surrounded her. She sent coded messages to Lilith, informing her of her progress, sharing the information that she had gathered. She also met with us secretly, sharing her findings and seeking our guidance. She soon discovered that the Loyalists were preparing for a major offensive against the Shadow Planet. They were planning to launch a surprise attack, using a combination of brute force and cunning strategy. She also learned that Metatron had a secret weapon, a device that could disrupt our defenses and cripple our forces. This device was known as the Light Breaker, and it was capable of neutralizing the power of the Void. The information she brought back was a mixture of good and bad news. On the one hand, she had confirmed our worst fears. The Loyalists were planning a full-scale attack, and they had the means to succeed. On the other hand, she had identified the key to defeating them, the light breaker. Lilith, recognizing the urgency of the situation, made a plan. She tasked Michael with leading a preemptive strike against Metatron's forces to disrupt their preparations and to destroy the light breaker before they could use it against us. She also tasked me with helping Serafina to find and identify the true traitor and to gather any information that could help us prepare for the coming battle. The clock was ticking, and the shadow of Serafina, the messenger who might be our salvation, or the very instrument of our destruction, hung over us. We knew that our fate, and perhaps the fate of the universe, hinged on the choices we made in the coming hours. Chapter 13. The Lightbreaker's Shadow. As Michael assembled his strike force, preparing for the perilous mission to disable the Lightbreaker, Serafina and I delved deeper into the intricate web of Loyalist society, navigating its treacherous currents in search of the true betrayer. The clock was relentlessly ticking down, the imminent attack by Metatron casting a long shadow over everything we did. Serafina, armed with her wit and her knowledge of celestial communication, proved to be a surprisingly effective double agent. She moved with grace and confidence, seamlessly blending in with the Loyalist ranks, all the while gathering intelligence and subtly manipulating events. We focused our investigation on a select group of angels who had access to the information about the Shadow Planet, those who could have plausibly betrayed our secrets to Metatron. We scrutinized their movements, analyzed their communication patterns, and looked for any signs of deception or disloyalty. One name kept surfacing: Azrael, the cherub who had assisted Michael in planning the defenses on the Shadow Planet. Azrael was known for his brilliance and his strategic mind, but he was also notorious for his cynicism and his tendency to question authority. He had expressed doubts about our cause, and he had been critical of Lilith's leadership. Serafina, using her charm and her intelligence, managed to get close to Azrael, to gain his trust and to learn about his activities. She discovered that he had been secretly meeting with a group of Loyalist angels, sharing his concerns about our rebellion and expressing his desire to find a way to end the conflict peacefully. She also discovered that Azrael had been secretly communicating with Metatron, offering to provide him with information about our defenses in exchange for a guarantee of amnesty and a promise to protect humanity from the chaos that our rebellion threatened to unleash. The evidence against Azrael was overwhelming. He was the traitor we had been searching for, the one who had betrayed our secrets to the Loyalists. We confronted him, presenting him with the evidence that we had gathered. He initially denied the accusations, but when we presented him with irrefutable proof of his treachery, he broke down and confessed. He explained that he had acted out of a genuine concern for humanity. He believed that our rebellion was a reckless gamble, that it threatened to unleash a cataclysmic war that would destroy everything we were trying to protect. He believed that by betraying our secrets to Metatron, he was saving humanity from a greater evil. I did what I thought was right, Azrael said, his voice filled with remorse. "I did it for humanity." We understood his motives, but we could not condone his actions. He had betrayed our trust, and he had jeopardized our cause. We imprisoned him, knowing that he would face judgment for his treachery. But we also felt a pang of sympathy for him. He was a misguided soul, a brilliant mind who had been led astray by his own fears and his own misguided sense of righteousness. With Raziel exposed, we turned our attention to Michael's mission to destroy the light breaker. Time was of the essence. The loyalist attack could come at any moment, and we needed to ensure that Michael was successful. Michael led his strike force through the celestial realms, navigating the treacherous currents of space and time. He was a force of nature, a whirlwind of energy and determination. He pushed his forces to the limit, driving them relentlessly towards their goal. They infiltrated Metatron's fortress, a massive structure of celestial metal and energy, guarded by legions of loyalist angels. They fought their way through the defenders, their swords flashing, their energy crackling. Michael himself led the charge, his face etched with determination, his eyes blazing with power. He cut through the loyalist ranks like a scythe through wheat, clearing a path for his forces to reach their objective. They reached the light breaker, a massive device that hummed with destructive energy. The light breaker was guarded by Metatron himself, who stood before it, his face contorted with fury. "You will not succeed," Metatron shouted. "You will not destroy my weapon." Michael engaged Metatron in combat, their swords clashing in a storm of sparks. They were evenly matched, two archangels, each wielding the power of the divine. Their battle raged throughout the fortress, shaking the very foundations of the structure. The other members of Michael's strike force fought against the loyalist guards, their weapons flashing, their energy crackling. The battle was fierce and brutal, but Michael and his forces were determined to succeed. They fought with courage, with skill, and with unwavering determination. Finally, after a long and arduous struggle, Michael managed to defeat Metatron. He disarmed him, striking him down, leaving him writhing on the floor. He then turned his attention to the light breaker. He approached the device cautiously, knowing that it was extremely dangerous. He studied its mechanisms, analyzed its energy patterns, and sought a way to disable it without causing a catastrophic explosion. He found a weakness, a vulnerability in the device's design. He used his powers to exploit that weakness, to disrupt the flow of energy, and to disable the light breaker. The device sputtered and coughed, then fell silent. The threat of the light breaker was eliminated. Michael and his forces celebrated their victory, but they knew that their mission was not yet complete. They had to escape from the fortress, and they had to do it quickly, before the loyalist reinforcements arrived. They fought their way back through the fortress, battling their way through the loyalist guards. They suffered heavy losses, but they managed to reach their escape vessel and flee into the darkness of space. They returned to the shadow planet, exhausted but triumphant. They had succeeded in their mission. They had destroyed the light breaker, and they had saved us from certain destruction. But the war was far from over. Metatron's attack was still imminent, and we had to prepare for the coming battle. We had to strengthen our defenses, gather our forces, and steel ourselves for the inevitable clash. The shadow of the Lightbreaker might have been lifted, but the storm was still gathering, and we knew that it would soon break upon us with all its fury. Chapter 14: The Siege of Shadows. The news of Michael's successful mission to destroy the Lightbreaker, though a much-needed morale boost, was tempered by the stark reality of our situation. Metatron, despite his defeat, would not be deterred. The attack was still coming, and we needed to prepare for a siege on the Shadow Planet. The planet buzzed with frantic activity. Angels, skilled in engineering and construction, reinforced our fortifications, adding layers of protection to our energy barriers and strengthening our defensive towers. Warriors sharpened their blades, polished their armor, and rehearsed battle formations. Strategists pored over maps, analyzing potential attack routes and devising counter-strategies. Lilith, ever the composed leader, oversaw every aspect of the preparations, her presence a calming influence amidst the chaos. She delegated tasks with precision, ensuring that every angel knew their role and their responsibilities. She also took time to speak with the troops, boosting their morale, reminding them of the importance of our cause, and inspiring them to fight with courage and determination. I worked alongside Seraphina, continuing to gather intelligence, probing the Loyalist communication networks, and seeking any advantage we could find. The information she provided was invaluable, allowing us to anticipate Metatron's movements and to adjust our defenses accordingly. One of our most critical tasks was to secure our supply lines. The Shadow Planet, being a desolate world with limited resources, relied heavily on external supplies. We needed to ensure that our supply routes remained open so that we could continue to receive food, water, and weapons. To this end, we dispatched a fleet of celestial vessels to patrol the space around the Shadow Planet, protecting our supply convoys from Loyalist attacks. We also established a network of hidden bases and safe havens, where our supply vessels could take refuge in case of emergency. As the hours passed, the tension mounted. The air crackled with anticipation, as if the very fabric of space was waiting for the storm to break. The signs were unmistakable. Increased Loyalist activity in the surrounding systems, intercepted communications indicating an imminent attack, and a palpable sense of dread that hung heavy in the air. Finally, the storm broke. A vast armada of Loyalist vessels emerged from the warp gates, filling the sky with their ominous presence. Metatron's forces had arrived, and the siege of the Shadow Planet had begun. The Loyalist fleet unleashed a barrage of energy weapons, bombarding our defenses with devastating firepower. Our energy barriers flickered and buckled, but they held, absorbing the brunt of the attack. Our defensive towers retaliated, unleashing their own barrage of energy weapons, striking back at the Loyalist vessels. The sky was filled with a chaotic dance of light and energy as the two sides exchanged fire. The Loyalist vessels pressed their attack, attempting to breach our defenses. They launched waves of fighters and bombers, attempting to overwhelm our interceptors and to strike at our ground targets. Our fighters rose to meet them, engaging the loyalist fighters in a fierce aerial battle. The sky was filled with swirling dogfights as the two sides fought for air superiority. The loyalist bombers managed to penetrate our defenses, striking at our ground targets. Our defensive towers absorbed the brunt of their attacks, but some of the bombs managed to get through, causing damage to our facilities and inflicting casualties on our troops. The ground battle was just as fierce. Metatron's forces landed on the planet's surface, attempting to breach our perimeter defenses and to seize strategic locations. Our warriors met them head-on, engaging them in a brutal and bloody melee. The battlefield was a scene of carnage, with angels locked in hand-to-hand combat, their swords flashing, their energy crackling. Michael led the defense, his presence a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. He fought with superhuman strength and skill, inspiring our troops to fight with unwavering courage. Lilith, meanwhile, directed the battle from the command center, analyzing the situation, issuing orders, and coordinating our forces. Her strategic mind was invaluable, allowing us to anticipate Metatron's moves and to counter them effectively. The siege raged for days, with both sides taking heavy losses. The Loyalists, with their superior numbers and their advanced technology, seemed to have the upper hand. But our forces, fueled by their unwavering belief in our cause and their determination to protect humanity, refused to give in. We fought with a fierce tenacity, using every tactic and every weapon at our disposal. We dug trenches, laid mines, and set traps. We ambushed the Loyalists, harassed their supply lines, and disrupted their communications. We also used the power of the void to our advantage, creating illusions, manipulating the elements, and influencing the minds of our enemies. The void proved to be a powerful weapon, capable of turning the tide of battle. But even with our best efforts, the Loyalists continued to press their attack. They breached our perimeter defenses, seized key strategic locations, and threatened to overrun our stronghold. The situation was dire. We were outnumbered, outgunned, and running out of resources. It seemed as if our rebellion was doomed to fail. But we refused to give up hope. We knew that we had to find a way to turn the tide of battle, to break the siege, and to defeat Metatron's forces. We needed a miracle, and we needed it soon. Chapter 15: The Void's Embrace. Desperation clung to the air as thickly as the smoke and energy discharges that choked the sky above the shadow planet. The Loyalist siege had tightened its grip, squeezing the life out of our rebellion. The fortifications, though bravely defended, were crumbling under the relentless barrage. Our supply lines, once reliable, were now fraught with peril, picked apart by cunning Loyalist raiders. Hope, a precious commodity, was dwindling with each passing hour. In the face of such dire circumstances, Lilith made a bold and potentially catastrophic decision. We would fully embrace the power of the void. Up until this point, we had used the void sparingly, cautiously, aware of its corrupting influence. Now, we would unleash its full potential, risking our sanity and our very souls for the chance to turn the tide of battle. We have no other choice. Lilith declared, her voice resolute but laced with a hint of desperation. The situation is critical. We need a weapon, a power that can break this siege, and the void is our only hope. Her decision was met with mixed reactions. Some, like myself, recognized the necessity of the move, understanding that we had reached a point where the risks were outweighed by the potential rewards. Others, like Michael, expressed deep reservations, fearing the consequences of unleashing such a dangerous force. "I understand the desperation, Lilith," Michael argued, his face etched with concern. "But are we truly prepared to embrace the void so fully? Are we willing to risk becoming the very thing we are fighting against?" Lilith acknowledged his concerns but remained firm in her decision. "We will take precautions, Michael," she said. "We will establish safeguards. We will monitor our own minds, and we will trust in our own strength to resist the corrupting influence. But we cannot afford to hold back any longer. The fate of our rebellion, and perhaps the fate of humanity, hangs in the balance." The plan was multifaceted. First, we would amplify the power of the void, creating a massive energy surge that would disrupt the loyalist communication networks, cripple their weapons systems, and sow chaos within their ranks. Second, we would infuse our warriors with the void's energy, granting them superhuman strength, speed, and resilience, turning them into unstoppable fighting machines. Third, we would create a massive void shield around the shadow planet, making it impervious to loyalist attacks. The implementation of the plan was fraught with peril. The process of amplifying the void's energy was incredibly dangerous, requiring precise control and unwavering focus. One wrong move could unleash a cataclysmic explosion that would destroy the planet. Lilith, with her unmatched knowledge of the void and her unwavering will, took the lead, guiding us through the intricate steps of the ritual. We worked in shifts, channeling our energy into the altar of shadows, amplifying the power of the void and carefully directing its flow. As the void's energy intensified, the environment around us began to warp and distort. The air shimmered with heat, the ground trembled beneath our feet, and the very fabric of reality seemed to unravel. Visions flickered in our minds, glimpses of alternate realities, of possible futures, of unimaginable horrors. The sensation was overwhelming, almost unbearable. We struggled to maintain our focus, to resist the corrupting influence of the void. We drew upon our inner strength, reciting mantras, meditating on our goals, and reminding ourselves of the importance of our cause. Finally, after hours of intense effort, we succeeded in amplifying the void's energy to the desired level. A massive surge of power radiated outward, washing over the shadow planet and reaching out into the surrounding space. The effect was immediate. Loyalist communication networks sputtered and died. Their sophisticated targeting systems went haywire, and their weapons began to malfunction. Chaos erupted within their ranks as orders were garbled, strategies fell apart, and morale plummeted. Our warriors, infused with the void's energy, transformed into superhuman combatants. They moved with incredible speed. Their attacks possessed devastating force, and they seemed impervious to pain. They charged into the fray, cutting through the loyalist ranks like a hot knife through butter. The void shield, a shimmering barrier of dark energy, enveloped the shadow planet, deflecting loyalist attacks with ease. Energy blasts harmlessly dissipated against its surface. Explosions were contained within its boundaries, and the planet itself seemed to become untouchable. The tide of battle had turned. Emboldened by our newfound power, we launched a counteroffensive, pushing back the loyalist forces on all fronts. Our warriors, fueled by the void's energy, drove the loyalists from our fortifications, reclaiming lost ground and inflicting heavy casualties. Michael, despite his initial reservations, embraced the power of the void with unmatched fervor. He became a whirlwind of destruction, his sword flashing, his energy crackling. He single-handedly decimated entire squads of loyalist warriors, his presence inspiring our troops and striking fear into the hearts of our enemies. The loyalists, demoralized and disorganized, began to retreat, their lines crumbling under our relentless assault. They attempted to regroup, to re-establish their defenses, but our warriors were too fast, too strong, too determined. We pushed them back towards their landing zones, forcing them to evacuate their ground forces and retreat back to their vessels. The sky above the shadow planet became a graveyard of loyalist ships as our warriors targeted their engines and weapon systems, sending them spiraling into the atmosphere where they crashed and burned. The loyalist armada, crippled and demoralized, broke formation and fled, retreating back through the warp gates, abandoning their siege. The shadow planet was ours once more. The victory was hard-won, but it was decisive. We had broken the siege, we had driven back the loyalists, and we had proven the power of the void. But the celebration was short-lived. Even as we rejoiced in our victory, we began to feel the corrupting influence of the void. The visions returned, more intense and more disturbing than before. Our minds were filled with dark thoughts, with violent urges, with a growing sense of paranoia and suspicion. We struggled to maintain our composure, to resist the pull of the darkness. We relied on our training, on our discipline, and on each other for support. But the void was relentless. It whispered to us in our dreams, tempting us with promises of power, with visions of glory, with assurances that we were doing the right thing, even if it meant sacrificing our own souls. Some of our warriors succumbed to the void's influence, their minds twisting, their personalities changing, their actions becoming increasingly erratic and unpredictable. They turned on each other, engaging in senseless violence, fueled by paranoia and suspicion. We had to take action to contain the damage, to prevent the void from consuming us all. We established strict guidelines for the use of the void, limiting its application to essential tasks and monitoring our warriors for signs of corruption. We also began to seek a way to purify ourselves, to cleanse our minds and our souls from the taint of the void. We turned to the ancient texts, seeking guidance from the forgotten lore of the universe. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with peril. We had won a great victory, but we had also unleashed a dangerous force, a force that threatened to consume us all. The war against the Loyalists was far from over. Metatron would undoubtedly return with a new strategy, a new weapon and a burning desire for revenge. And we, forever changed by the void's embrace, would have to face him once more. The fate of our rebellion, and perhaps the fate of the universe, hung in the balance. Chapter 16, Seeds of Madness. The victory over Metatron's siege bought us time, precious time to regroup, to reevaluate our strategy, and to grapple with the insidious effects of our full embrace of the void. While the loyalist forces licked their wounds and plotted their inevitable return, a different kind of war was being waged within our own ranks, a silent, agonizing battle for the very souls of our warriors. The initial euphoria of victory soon gave way to a chilling realization. The void was not merely a weapon, but a parasite, a subtle and insidious force that burrowed into the mind, twisting perceptions and amplifying negative emotions. Fear, paranoia, and a simmering rage became the constant companions of those most exposed to its power. The most concerning cases were those of the warriors directly infused with the void's energy during the siege. These individuals, once paragons of strength and courage, began to exhibit alarming symptoms, fits of uncontrollable anger, hallucinations, and a disturbing detachment from reality. They questioned the motives of their comrades, saw treachery where none existed, and reacted with disproportionate violence to even the smallest perceived slight. Michael, ever vigilant and deeply affected by the transformation he witnessed in his closest companions, took it upon himself to monitor the situation. He organized support groups, implemented mental exercises designed to resist the void's influence, and even volunteered to take on extra patrols, hopping to shield others from its effects. But even his immense strength and unwavering resolve were not enough to stem the tide. The seeds of madness had been sown, and they were beginning to sprout. One particularly tragic case involved a seraph named Alara, a skilled healer who had tirelessly tended to the wounded during the siege. Infused with the void's power to amplify her healing abilities, she had saved countless lives, but the constant exposure to suffering and the heightened emotions amplified by the void took their toll. Alara began to believe that she was the only one capable of truly understanding and alleviating suffering. She saw the other angels as naive and detached from the reality of pain. She became increasingly erratic, administering unorthodox and sometimes dangerous treatments, justifying her actions with the belief that she was acting in the best interests of her patients. Her descent culminated in a horrific incident. During a routine medical examination, she became convinced that one of her patients was harboring a hidden illness, a disease that threatened to spread throughout the ranks. Driven by paranoia and a twisted sense of duty, she subjected the patient to a brutal and unnecessary procedure, ultimately leading to their death. The incident sent shockwaves through our ranks, forcing us to confront the true horror of the void's influence. Alara, once a symbol of compassion and healing, had become a harbinger of death and destruction. Lilith, deeply disturbed by Alara's actions, ordered her confinement and initiated an investigation into the incident. She also tasked me, given my experience with the forbidden archives and my understanding of the void, with finding a way to cure those afflicted with its madness. My search led me back to the ancient texts, to the forgotten lore of the universe. I discovered fragments of information about methods of mental purification, about techniques for shielding the mind from the corrupting influence of dark energies. I also learned about the existence of a rare substance, a crystalline mineral known as lumina, said to possess the power to cleanse the mind and restore sanity. Lumina was said to be found on a remote planet, guarded by ancient entities and shielded by powerful energy fields. The quest for lumina became our new priority. It was a race against time, a desperate attempt to save our warriors from the brink of madness. While Lilith worked to maintain order and prevent further incidents, I assembled a team of skilled warriors and set out on a perilous journey to find this mythical cure. The journey to the Lumina planet was fraught with danger. We encountered treacherous asteroid fields, navigated through nebulae teeming with hostile creatures, and evaded patrols of loyalist vessels. But we pressed on, driven by the knowledge that the fate of our comrades, and perhaps the fate of our rebellion, depended on our success. After weeks of arduous travel, we finally reached our destination. The Lumina planet was a world of breathtaking beauty, a shimmering oasis of light and energy in the darkness of space. Crystal formations of all shapes and sizes covered the landscape, reflecting the starlight and creating a dazzling display of colors. But the planet was also heavily guarded. Ancient entities, beings of pure energy and immense power, patrolled the skies, protecting the Lumina from intruders. They challenged us, testing our worthiness, probing our minds for any trace of corruption. We fought bravely, relying on our skills and our wits to overcome their defenses. We showed them that we were not seeking power or glory, but rather a cure for our afflicted comrades, a way to restore sanity and prevent further bloodshed. The entities, convinced of our sincerity, granted us passage to the Lumina caves, a network of underground chambers where the crystalline mineral was found in abundance. We gathered as much lumina as we could carry, then prepared to depart. But as we were about to leave, we were confronted by a vision, a shimmering apparition that appeared before us in the heart of the caves. The vision took the form of an ancient angel, a being of immense power and wisdom. She introduced herself as Azrael, the guardian of Lumina, and a protector of the universe from the forces of darkness. "You seek to heal your comrades," Azrael said, her voice echoing through the caves. "But you must understand that the void is not simply a disease to be cured. It is a fundamental force of the universe, a part of the balance between light and darkness." She explained that the void was not inherently evil, but rather a reflection of the darkness that existed within ourselves. It amplified our fears, our insecurities, and our negative emotions, but it also had the potential to unlock hidden strengths and abilities. "The key is not to suppress the void," Azrael said, "but to understand it, to embrace it, and to learn to control it. You must learn to confront your own inner darkness, to face your fears, and to accept your own imperfections." She then imparted to us a series of mental exercises, techniques for understanding and controlling the void's influence. She taught us how to meditate on our fears, how to confront our inner demons, and how to find peace and acceptance within ourselves. She also warned us that the path to healing would be long and arduous, and that not all of our comrades would be able to make it. Some would succumb to the void's influence, their minds forever lost to the darkness. With Astria's wisdom and a supply of lumina, we returned to the shadow planet, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. We began to implement Astria's teachings, organizing group therapy sessions, leading meditation retreats, and providing individual counseling to those afflicted by the void's madness. The process was slow and painstaking, but it gradually began to yield results. Some of our warriors found solace in Astria's teachings, learning to control their fears and to embrace their imperfections. They began to regain their sanity, their compassion, and their sense of purpose. Others, however, continued to struggle. The void had taken too deep a hold, twisting their minds beyond repair. They remained locked in their own private hells, haunted by their demons and unable to find peace. We did everything we could to help them, but in the end, some of them had to be confined, their madness posing a threat to themselves and to others. It was a painful and heartbreaking decision, but it was necessary to protect the rest of our forces. As we grappled with the internal challenges posed by the void, we also had to prepare for the inevitable return of Metatron. We knew that he would not rest until he had crushed our rebellion, and we had to be ready for whatever he might throw at us. We strengthened our defenses, refined our strategies, and continued to gather intelligence about the Loyalist forces. We also began to explore new technologies, seeking to find a way to counteract the void's influence and to create a weapon that could effectively counter Metatron's forces. The war was far from over. The battle for heaven and the battle for our own souls was just beginning. We were facing challenges on all fronts, both external and internal. But we were determined to persevere, to fight for what we believed in, and to create a better future for ourselves and for humanity. Chapter 17: The Symphony of Discord. The uneasy calm that settled upon the shadow planet was more a lull before the storm than a sign of lasting peace. While we battled the insidious effects of the void and braced for Metatron's inevitable return, a new and unexpected threat emerged, one that struck at the heart of our rebellion and threatened to tear us apart from within. This threat took the form of a symphony, a discordant and unsettling melody that began to permeate the planet. At first, it was barely perceptible, a subtle hum in the background, easily dismissed as a trick of the wind or a malfunction in our energy systems. But as time passed, the symphony grew louder, more insistent, its discordant notes weaving themselves into the very fabric of our existence. The symphony had a strange and unsettling effect on our minds. It amplified our fears and anxieties, distorted our perceptions, and created a sense of unease and paranoia. It seemed to prey on our weaknesses, exploiting our vulnerabilities and amplifying our negative emotions. Those most exposed to the void's influence were particularly susceptible to the symphony's effects. They became increasingly agitated, their minds racing, their thoughts spiraling out of control. They lashed out at their comrades, accusing them of treachery and betrayal. They descended into madness, their minds consumed by the discordant melody. But even those less affected by the void felt the symphony's influence. It created a sense of unease and discomfort, a nagging feeling that something was wrong. It made it difficult to concentrate, to sleep, to even think clearly. Lilith, ever vigilant, recognized the threat immediately. She identified the symphony as a form of sonic warfare, a sophisticated weapon designed to destabilize our minds and sow discord within our ranks. She suspected that Metatron was behind it, that he was using the symphony to weaken us before launching his next attack. The challenge was to identify the source of the symphony and to find a way to counteract its effects. Lilith tasked Seraphina, with her knowledge of celestial communication, with investigating the symphony's origins. She also tasked me with my understanding of the void and my ability to perceive subtle energies, with finding a way to neutralize its effects. Seraphina, using her skills and her contacts within the loyalist ranks, discovered that the symphony was being broadcast from a hidden location within our own territory. It was a sophisticated device, capable of projecting its sonic waves across vast distances, and it was shielded by powerful energy fields. The device was located in a remote area of the Shadow Planet, a desolate region known as the Whispering Wastes. This area was notoriously difficult to navigate, filled with treacherous terrain and plagued by strange energy anomalies. I assembled a team of skilled warriors and set out to find the device. We navigated through the treacherous terrain, battling strange creatures and evading energy anomalies. We faced numerous challenges, but we pressed on, driven by our determination to silence the symphony. As we approached the source of the symphony, its effects became even more pronounced. Our minds were filled with chaotic thoughts, our bodies trembled with fear, and our senses began to distort. We struggled to maintain our focus, to resist the influence of the discordant melody. Finally, we reached our destination. The device was located in a hidden cave, shielded by powerful energy fields. We used our powers to penetrate the energy fields and to disable the device. As the device shut down, the symphony faded away, leaving a deafening silence in its wake. The chaotic thoughts subsided, our bodies relaxed, and our senses returned to normal. The relief was immense. We had silenced the symphony, we had neutralized its effects, and we had saved ourselves from the brink of madness. But our victory was short-lived. As we prepared to leave the cave, we were confronted by a figure, a familiar face, a trusted ally, Cassiel. Cassiel, the young seraph who had been instrumental in spreading our message throughout heaven, stood before us, his eyes filled with a strange and unsettling light. He revealed that he was the one who had orchestrated the symphony, that he was the one who had sought to sow discord within our ranks. He explained that he had come to believe that our rebellion was misguided, that it was leading us down a path of destruction and despair. He had come to believe that the only way to save humanity was to return to God, to seek forgiveness for our sins, and to embrace the established order. "I did what I thought was right," Cassiel said, his voice filled with conviction. "I did it for humanity." We were shocked and betrayed. Cassiel, the angel who had inspired so many with his compassion and unwavering faith in humanity, had become our enemy. The revelation was a brutal blow, a testament to the insidious nature of the forces we were battling, both within and without. "How could you, Cassiel?" I asked, my voice filled with disbelief. "How could you betray us like this? After everything we've been through, after everything we've fought for." Cassiel's face was a mask of sorrow, but his resolve remained unbroken. "I didn't want to hurt you," he said. "I truly believed I was acting in your best interests, in the best interests of everyone. You are blinded by your anger and your ambition, Azrael. You cannot see the destruction you are unleashing." He explained that the symphony was not intended to drive us to madness, but rather to awaken us, to force us to confront the error of our ways. He believed that if we could just see the light, if we could just abandon our rebellion, we could all be saved. Lilith, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke, her voice cold and hard. "You have made your choice, Cassiel," she said, "and now you must face the consequences." She ordered our warriors to apprehend him, but Cassiel did not resist. He surrendered willingly, his eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and resignation. As he was led away, he turned to me, his gaze piercing and intense. "You will understand someday, Azrael," he said. "You will see that I was right all along." His words hung in the air, a chilling reminder of the deep divisions that were tearing our rebellion apart. Cassiel's betrayal was not simply a personal tragedy, but a symptom of a larger problem, a reflection of the growing unease and disillusionment within our ranks. The incident served as a wake-up call. We realized that we could not afford to ignore the growing dissent within our ranks, that we had to address the underlying issues that were driving angels to question our cause. Lilith ordered a series of open forums where angels could express their concerns, air their grievances, and debate the future of our rebellion. She listened attentively to their concerns, acknowledging their fears and addressing their doubts. She also emphasized the importance of unity, reminding us that we were all fighting for the same goal, even if we had different ideas about how to achieve it. She urged us to respect each other's opinions, to engage in constructive dialogue, and to find common ground. The forums were a mixed success. Some angels found solace in the open dialogue, feeling that their voices were finally being heard. Others remained skeptical, clinging to their doubts and suspicions. But the forums did help to alleviate some of the tension, to create a sense of unity, and to prevent further defections. We realized that we had to work together, to support each other, and to trust each other if we were to overcome the challenges that lay ahead. As we grappled with these internal challenges, we also had to prepare for the inevitable return of Metatron. We knew that he would not be deterred by our victory during the siege, and that he would be back, stronger and more determined than ever. We strengthened our defenses, refined our strategies, and continued to gather intelligence about the loyalist forces. We also explored new technologies, seeking to find a way to counteract the Void's influence and to create a weapon that could effectively counter Metatron's forces. The war was far from over. The battle for heaven and the battle for our own souls raged on. We faced challenges on all fronts, both external and internal. But we were determined to persevere, to fight for what we believed in, and to create a better future for ourselves and for humanity, even if it meant walking through darkness. Chapter 18: The Echoes of Heaven. The silence following the disabling of the sonic device was more unnerving than the discordant symphony itself. It was the silence of held breaths, the quiet before a hurricane. We knew Metatron wouldn't abandon his campaign. He was a celestial force of nature, and we were merely a splinter in his design. The uneasy truce we'd established within our ranks, fragile as glass, held for now. But the damage Cassiel inflicted went deeper than a simple sonic assault. He'd sowed seeds of doubt, exploited vulnerabilities, and exposed the raw nerves of a rebellion perpetually teetering on the edge of oblivion. While Lilith navigated the delicate art of maintaining order and quelling dissent, I turned my attention to the void-touched warriors, those struggling to maintain their sanity against the encroaching darkness. Astria's teachings proved invaluable, but they were not a panacea. For some, the abyss was too deep, the path back to the light too arduous. We began to explore a new approach, one that focused not on eradicating the void's influence, but on channeling it, on transforming its destructive power into a weapon against Metatron. This involved rigorous training, intense meditation, and a deep exploration of the individual's psyche, guided by experienced mentors who themselves walked the razor's edge between sanity and madness. One of these mentors was a fallen seraph named Rhythmic, a master of illusions and manipulation who had once served as an advisor to Metatron. He had defected to our cause, disgusted by the loyalists' ruthlessness and unwavering adherence to dogma. Rhythmic possessed a unique understanding of both the void and the celestial hierarchy, making him an invaluable asset. He taught our warriors how to use the void's power to create illusions, so real they could shatter the minds of their enemies. He showed them how to manipulate perceptions, sow confusion, and exploit the fears and insecurities of the loyalist forces. But the process was dangerous, demanding absolute control and unwavering focus. Even the slightest lapse in concentration could result in catastrophic consequences, turning the warrior into a weapon of self-destruction. Meanwhile, Seraphina, ever resourceful, uncovered a disturbing truth about Metatron's plans. He wasn't just planning a military assault on the Shadow Planet. He was also attempting to exploit a hidden vulnerability, a weakness in the planet's energy field that could allow him to bypass our defenses and unleash a devastating attack from within. This vulnerability was connected to the ancient, pre-celestial beings that inhabited the planet, the entities we had encountered during our quest for Lumina. Metatron believed that if he could corrupt these entities, turn them against us, he could effectively cripple our defenses and pave the way for his victory. The plan was insidious and daring, and it required immediate action. We dispatched a team of our most skilled warriors, led by Michael, to protect the ancient entities and prevent Metatron from exploiting their power. Michael and his team journeyed to the heart of the Shadow Planet, to the ancient caves where the entities resided. They found the caves under siege by a force of loyalist warriors, led by a cunning archangel known as Uriel. A fierce battle erupted, the echo of swords and power reverberating through the ancient caverns. Michael, fueled by righteous anger and a renewed sense of purpose, fought with unmatched ferocity, driving back the loyalist forces and protecting the ancient entities. But the loyalists had managed to corrupt one of the ancient entities, a being of immense power named Malphaz. Malphaz, twisted by Metatron's influence, turned against his brethren and unleashed a devastating energy attack that threatened to shatter the caves and obliterate everything within them. Michael, realizing the gravity of the situation, confronted Malphaz, attempting to reason with him, to appeal to his better nature. But Malphaz was beyond reason, his mind consumed by hatred and resentment. A titanic battle ensued, a clash between two forces of immense power. Michael fought with all his might, but Malphaz was too strong, too corrupted. The loyalist energy had amplified his power, turning him into a near unstoppable force. As Michael faltered, the other ancient entities rallied to his aid. They combined their powers, creating a shield of energy that protected him from Malphaz's attacks. They also used their powers to cleanse Malphaz of the loyalist corruption, slowly restoring his sanity. The process was agonizingly slow, and Malphaz fought against it every step of the way. But the combined power of the ancient entities, coupled with Michael's unwavering resolve, eventually prevailed. Malphaz, freed from the loyalist influence, collapsed, his body racked with exhaustion. He apologized for his actions, expressing his gratitude to Michael and the other ancient entities for saving him. With Malphaz restored, the loyalist forces retreated, their plan thwarted. Michael and his team returned to our stronghold, bearing the news of their victory. The revelation of Metatron's plan to corrupt the ancient entities served as a stark reminder of the lengths he was willing to go to in order to crush our rebellion. It also highlighted the importance of protecting the Shadow Planet, not just for its strategic value, but also for the sake of the ancient beings who resided there. As we prepared for the next inevitable confrontation with Metatron, we knew that we were facing a formidable foe, a cunning and ruthless opponent who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. We had to be prepared, to be vigilant, and to be ready to sacrifice everything for the sake of our cause. The symphony of discord may have faded, but the echoes of heaven, the whispers of betrayal and the drums of war reverberated louder than ever. The final act was approaching, and we had to be ready to play our part. Chapter 19, The Crimson Tide. The lull had ended. The storm, long brewing, finally broke. A crimson tide, a torrent of celestial fire and steel, descended upon the Shadow Planet. Metatron, enraged by our resistance and the repeated failures of his strategies, launched a full-scale invasion, the likes of which heaven had never witnessed. This was no mere skirmish, no probing attack. This was an all-out war, a concerted effort to eradicate our rebellion from existence. Thousands upon thousands of loyalist vessels filled the sky, blotting out the stars, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy weapons and deploying legions of angelic warriors. Our defenses, though strengthened and refined, were quickly overwhelmed. The energy shields, shimmering and resilient, began to buckle under the relentless assault. Our defensive towers, though firing with precision, were systematically targeted and destroyed. The shadow planet, once a beacon of defiant hope, was being transformed into a battlefield. Michael, leading our ground forces, fought with unmatched fury, inspiring his troops to stand their ground against overwhelming odds. But even his superhuman strength and courage were not enough to stem the crimson tide. The Loyalists, fueled by a fanatic zeal and armed with superior technology, pushed relentlessly forward, capturing key strategic locations and encircling our stronghold. Lilith, from the command center, directed our forces with icy precision, issuing orders, coordinating defenses, and shifting troops to reinforce vulnerable positions. She remained calm and collected, even as the situation grew increasingly desperate. But even her strategic genius was being tested to its limits. We were vastly outnumbered, outgunned, and surrounded. Our supplies were dwindling, our warriors were exhausted, and our morale was beginning to waver. The void, though once a source of strength, now whispered with the promise of despair, tempting us with the allure of surrender. Ramil's training, however, was proving its worth. Our warriors, infused with the power of illusion, began to disrupt the Loyalist formations, creating confusion and disarray. They conjured phantom armies, distorted the landscape, and manipulated the Loyalists' perceptions, buying us precious time and inflicting heavy casualties. The fighting was brutal and relentless. Angels clashed in the skies, their wings interlocked in deadly aerial combat. Warriors met on the ground, their blades flashing, their energy crackling, their bodies intermingling in a dance of death. I found myself on the front lines, fighting alongside Michael and his team. I channeled the power of the void, creating illusions to confuse the Loyalists, shielding our warriors from their attacks, and striking down our enemies with blasts of pure energy. The chaos was overwhelming, the sounds of battle deafening. The air was filled with the screams of the wounded, the roar of explosions, and the clash of metal against metal. I saw friends and comrades fall around me, their lives extinguished in an instant. I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders, the burden of responsibility, the crushing despair of watching our rebellion crumble before my eyes. Yet I refused to give up hope. I knew that we had to fight, that we had to resist, that we had to make a stand for our cause. The siege raged for days, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. The Loyalists continued to push forward, while we fought with fierce tenacity, defending our stronghold inch by inch. The turning point came when Metatron himself joined the battle. He descended upon the battlefield, his presence radiating a powerful aura of authority and power. He engaged Michael in combat, their battle shaking the very foundations of the shadow planet. Their fight was a clash of titans, a battle between two archangels, the embodiment of good versus the supposed embodiment of divine will. Their blows sent shockwaves through the battlefield, leveling structures and shattering energy shields. I knew that Michael was no match for Metatron, that he would eventually succumb to the Archangel's superior power. I had to do something. I had to act, or our rebellion would be crushed. But what could I do? I was just one angel, standing against an army, facing an adversary of unimaginable power. Then I remembered the teachings of Azrael, the guardian of the Lumina. I remembered her words about confronting my inner darkness, about embracing the power of the void. I closed my eyes, focused my mind, and channeled all my energy into the void. I released all my fears, all my insecurities, all my doubts. I embraced the darkness, letting it flow through me, filling me with a power I had never felt before. When I opened my eyes, they glowed with a radiant light, a mixture of darkness and energy. I felt an incredible surge of power, a sensation of almost limitless potential. I focused all my energy on Metatron, aiming to unleash all of this power at him. Chapter 20: The Architect and the Abyss. I launched myself towards the battle, a surge of raw, untamed energy propelling me through the air. My focus was entirely on Metatron, a singular intention burning within me: to disrupt, to delay, to give Michael a chance. The crimson tide of battle seemed to part before me, the chaos momentarily silenced as angels and loyalists alike turned to witness the spectacle. As I drew closer, I unleashed the full force of the void. A torrent of dark energy, a maelstrom of shadows and raw power surged towards Metatron. It was a gamble, a desperate act of defiance, a plunge into the abyss with the hope of pulling myself, and perhaps all of us, back from the brink. The attack connected. Metatron, caught by surprise, stumbled, his form flickering as the void's raw energy slammed into him. For a brief, glorious moment, the seemingly invincible Archangel was vulnerable. His own radiant light dimmed, momentarily eclipsed by the darkness I unleashed. The act of channeling that much void energy, however, was a double-edged sword. The power coursed through me, both invigorating and corrupting. Visions flooded my mind, glimpses of futures fractured by endless conflict, the twisted faces of those consumed by the void's influence, and the chilling emptiness of a universe devoid of hope. The whispers, the temptations, intensified, promising ultimate power, promising dominion, promising an end to suffering through absolute control. I gritted my teeth, fighting to maintain control, to keep my mind from being consumed by the encroaching darkness. I focused on Michael, on Lilith, on the faces of the comrades who had fallen. Their memory was the anchor that kept me tethered to reality. My attack gave Michael the opening he needed. He recovered from Metatron's initial assault, seizing the moment to unleash his own fury. He attacked with renewed vigor, his blade a blur of motion, his every strike infused with righteous anger. The battle raged anew, a chaotic dance of light and shadow, a struggle between good and evil. Metatron, though momentarily weakened, quickly regained his composure, his power once again on display. The loyalist forces, seeing their leader falter, redoubled their efforts. They poured through the breached defenses, swarming our warriors, threatening to overwhelm our stronghold. The situation, once again, teetered on the brink of disaster. Lilith, recognizing the perilous situation, ordered a tactical retreat. She directed our forces to withdraw from the battlefield, drawing the loyalists into a pre-planned ambush, a daring maneuver designed to exploit their overconfidence. The plan worked. The loyalists, believing themselves to be on the verge of victory, pursued our retreating warriors into a narrow canyon, where they were trapped by a combination of energy barriers, strategic landmines, and a devastating barrage of fire from our defensive towers. The ambush inflicted heavy casualties on the loyalist forces, stalling their advance and giving us precious time to regroup. It was a desperate gamble, but it paid off, at least for the moment. The battle, however, had taken its toll. Our forces were depleted, our resources were dwindling, and our morale was flagging. We were losing, slowly but surely, despite our best efforts. I, struggling against the influence of the void, realized that we could not win this war through force alone. We needed to find a new strategy, a new weapon, a new way to break the deadlock. I turned my attention to the ancient texts, to the forbidden archives, seeking a solution to our plight. I delved into the mysteries of the universe, seeking knowledge that could help us overcome our challenges. My search led me to a forgotten prophecy, a cryptic message that spoke of a hidden power, a force that could tip the balance of the war in our favor. The prophecy spoke of a key, a celestial artifact of immense power, said to be hidden within the very fabric of the shadow planet. The key, the prophecy claimed, could unlock the secrets of the universe, granting us the power to reshape reality and defeat our enemies. It was our last hope. I shared my findings with Lilith and Michael. They listened intently, assessing the information, considering the possibilities. "It's a long shot," Lilith said, her voice filled with cautious optimism. "But we have nothing to lose." We formed a team, including myself, Michael, and Serafina, and set out on a quest to find the key. The search would be dangerous, the path would be treacherous, and the forces of Metatron would undoubtedly be searching for it as well. The fate of our rebellion rested on our shoulders. We had to succeed. Chapter 21: The Labyrinth of Echoes. The quest for the key was a descent into the heart of the shadow planet, a journey through twisting tunnels, echoing caverns, and ancient ruins that predated even the celestial realm. It was a labyrinth of echoes, where the past whispered secrets and the future hung in the balance. The landscape itself seemed to resist us, twisting and turning, shifting and changing, as if the very planet was trying to confuse and disorient us. Strange energy anomalies crackled in the air, disrupting our senses and testing our resolve. Serafina, with her innate ability to navigate complex communication networks, proved invaluable in deciphering the cryptic clues left behind by the ancients. She identified hidden passages, unlocked forgotten portals, and deciphered the riddles that guarded our path. Michael, with his unparalleled strength and combat skills, protected us from the dangers that lurked within the labyrinth. He battled grotesque creatures, remnants of a bygone era, and evaded the traps and snares that were designed to ward off intruders. I, drawing upon my knowledge of the void and my ability to perceive subtle energies, guided us through the most treacherous sections of the labyrinth. I sensed the presence of hidden dangers, identified the illusions that distorted our perceptions, and channeled the void to clear our path and shield us from harm. As we delved deeper into the labyrinth, the influence of the void intensified. The whispers became louder, the temptations more alluring. My control wavered, and I struggled to maintain my sanity against the encroaching darkness. The visions returned, more vivid and more disturbing than before. I saw the faces of those I had lost, the horrors of the war, and the bleakness of a universe consumed by darkness. I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders, the burden of responsibility, the crushing despair of knowing that our efforts might be in vain. I confided in Michael and Serafina, sharing my fears and anxieties. They listened without judgment, offering their support and encouragement. They reminded me of the importance of our mission, of the lives that depended on our success. Their words helped to steady me, to regain my focus, and to resist the pull of the darkness. I realized that I was not alone, that I had allies, friends, and comrades who believed in me and who were willing to fight alongside me. As we neared our destination, we encountered a powerful guardian, a celestial being tasked with protecting the key. The guardian was a formidable opponent, possessing immense power and skill. A fierce battle ensued, a clash between two forces of light and darkness. Michael engaged the guardian in combat, his blade flashing, his energy crackling. Serafina provided support, disrupting the guardian's attacks and shielding Michael from harm. I channeled the void, creating illusions to confuse the guardian, unleashing blasts of energy to weaken its defenses, and probing its mind to discover its weaknesses. The battle raged for hours, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. Finally, I identified a vulnerability in the Guardian's armor, a weakness that could be exploited to defeat it. I shared my discovery with Michael, who seized the opportunity to strike a decisive blow. He launched a powerful attack, targeting the Guardian's vulnerable spot, shattering its armor and defeating it. With the Guardian vanquished, the path to the key was clear. We entered a vast chamber, filled with shimmering light and pulsating energy. In the center of the chamber, resting on a pedestal of crystal, was the key. It was an artifact of unimaginable power, radiating a sense of ancient wisdom and limitless potential. It seemed to pulse with the very life force of the universe. I reached out to take the key, feeling a surge of power flow through me as my fingers touched its surface. The visions returned, but this time they were different. They were not visions of darkness and despair, but rather visions of hope and triumph. I saw the future, a future where our rebellion succeeded, where we defeated Metatron, and where we created a better universe for ourselves and for humanity. I knew that we had found what we were searching for. The key was our hope, our salvation, our weapon against the forces of darkness. We returned to our stronghold, bearing the key, ready to face Metatron and to fight for our freedom. The crimson tide still threatened to engulf us, but now we had a weapon, a power that could turn the tide of battle. The final confrontation was at hand. We were ready. Chapter 22. The Crucible of Light and Shadow. The return, heralded by the triumphant glow of the key, ignited a fire within the weary hearts of our rebellion. The object itself radiated an aura of hope, a promise of power that dispelled the lingering shadows of the void and the gnawing fear of imminent defeat. We were no longer merely fighting for survival. We were poised to reshape reality. Lilith, ever the pragmatist, immediately set about deciphering the key's mysteries, analyzing its energy signature, and attempting to understand its potential applications. The artifact was more complex than we had anticipated, a celestial artifact of unimaginable power. It resisted initial attempts to be manipulated, requiring a specific resonance, a key to unlock its true potential. Seraphina, with her intuitive understanding of celestial languages, began to interpret the intricate inscriptions that covered the key's surface. The inscriptions spoke of a balance, a harmony between light and shadow, and the necessity of embracing both aspects of existence to wield the key's full power. My role in this crucial period shifted. I was tasked with integrating the key's energy into our existing systems and with guiding those warriors who had succumbed to the void's influence. We understood now that the answer to controlling the void wasn't suppression, but balance. The challenge of the integration process was immediate. The key's energy pulsed with a chaotic, unpredictable energy, threatening to destabilize our systems and unleash a catastrophic chain reaction. I therefore was forced to utilize my own connection to the void, carefully siphoning the power and channel its energy, allowing Lilith's guidance to calibrate the weapon. During this time, I experienced a heightened awareness of my own duality, a feeling of being torn between light and shadow. The whispers of the void intensified, tempting me with visions of unimaginable power. However, I was able to use the key's very essence to strengthen my resolve. The key served as a mirror, showing me not only the depths of the darkness, but also the potential for true balance. While we grappled with the key, Metatron launched his final assault. The crimson tide surged forward, driven by a fanatical fervor. Our defenses, weakened by constant attack and internal strife, began to crumble. The Loyalists, armed with new, devastating weapons, broke through our outer barriers and advanced on the stronghold. The battlefield was a maelstrom of chaos and destruction. Angels fought angels, swords clashed against energy weapons, and the very ground trembled beneath the weight of celestial conflict. Hope, once again, began to dwindle. Lilith, recognizing the urgency of the situation, ordered a final stand. We had to buy time, to hold the line until we could unlock the key's power and turn the tide of battle. The battle was a desperate struggle, with both sides fighting with unrelenting determination. Michael, leading the charge, fought with unmatched fury, his blade a whirlwind of destruction. He rallied our forces, inspiring them to fight with courage and resilience, even as they faced overwhelming odds. I joined the fight, wielding both the power of the void and the energies the key was giving me. The combination proved devastating, a potent fusion of shadow and light. I could now create illusions so real that they shattered the minds of my enemies. Yet the loyalists continued to push forward, their numbers overwhelming our forces. We were slowly being pushed back, our stronghold shrinking under the relentless assault. As Metatron's forces breached the last of our defenses, it became clear this was it. The moment of reckoning had arrived. The crucible was upon us, and we had no choice but to light the fuse of destiny. Chapter 23: The Unveiling. The last bastion, our stronghold, was under siege. The crimson tide of Metatron's army had breached our final defenses. The air was thick with the stench of ozone, the screams of the wounded, and the chilling hum of celestial energy. Victory, for the loyalists, seemed inevitable. Within the heart of the stronghold, in a chamber resonating with the raw power of the key, Lilith, Seraphina, Michael, and I stood ready. The time for experimentation was over. The time for unveiling the key's true potential had arrived. Lilith, her face etched with grim determination, turned to me. "Azrael," she said, her voice calm despite the chaos erupting outside. "The key is ready, but it requires a conduit, a being capable of wielding its power, a being willing to fully embrace its balance. You are that conduit. You understand the dance between light and shadow." I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. This was it, the culmination of everything, the moment of truth. I was ready to accept the burden, to become the vessel for a power that could either save us all or shatter reality itself. I stepped forward, the inscription on the key now glowing with an ethereal light. I reached out, placing my hands on the cold, smooth surface. A surge of energy, both exhilarating and terrifying, coursed through my veins, a torrent of light and shadow intertwined. Visions flooded my mind. The creation of the universe, the birth of the celestials, the struggle between order and chaos, the endless cycle of destruction and rebirth. I saw the beauty and the horror, the love and the loss, the light and the darkness. I saw the potential for both salvation and annihilation. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath, focusing on the balance, on the harmony. I embraced the power, letting it flow through me, becoming one with the key. The chamber around us shimmered, the air crackled with energy. The inscriptions on the key glowed brighter, their celestial script shimmering with power. As the integration reached its final point, the room was bathed in a blinding white light, which soon gave way to a spectrum of colors, each one representing a different facet of creation. The colors settled into a single wave of beautiful white light, creating a stunning display of power. Then I opened my eyes and felt the power flowing through me. I looked at Michael, at Lilith, and at Seraphina. I knew that the time had come. I knew that the balance of heaven, the fate of humanity, and the future of everything rested in my hands. I raised my hand and the key responded. A wave of energy surged outward, reaching out beyond the stronghold, encompassing the battlefield, enveloping the loyalist forces. The crimson tide hesitated, then recoiled. The loyalists, feeling the unprecedented power, looked around in alarm. The weapon's true nature was revealed. It wasn't just a force for destruction or creation, but a force for rewriting reality, a force for shifting the balance between light and shadow. I willed the energy to reshape the battlefield, to shift the balance of power. I saw the loyalist forces, their weapons faltering, their courage crumbling. I saw our warriors, their strength renewed, their resolve hardened. With the power of the key, I began to weave a new reality, a reality where the balance between light and darkness was maintained, where freedom and justice prevailed. The crimson tide, having crashed against the shore of our newfound power, began to recede. We had not just fought, but had changed the very rules of engagement. The tide had turned. Chapter 24: Echoes of a New Dawn. The retreat of Metatron's forces was not a rout, but a controlled withdrawal. The sheer, unfathomable power of the key had shattered their confidence, their rigid adherence to a preordained path. They had been confronted with the possibility of a reality they couldn't comprehend, a power that defied their understanding of order and celestial law. The fighting ceased, replaced by a stunned silence that hung over the battlefield. The echoes of battle faded, replaced by the murmur of awe and tentative hope. We had won, not through brute force, but through the unveiling of the ultimate power, the power to shape destiny. The days that followed were a period of both rebuilding and reevaluation. We used the key to mend the devastation wrought by the war, to restore the shadow planet to a semblance of its former glory. But more importantly, we began the arduous task of building a new society, a new order, a new heaven, built on the principles of balance, freedom, and justice. Lilith, with her sharp intellect and unwavering resolve, led the way. She oversaw the creation of new laws, established new institutions, and reorganized our society to reflect our newfound understanding of the universe. The influence of the void was carefully integrated into our society, not as a weapon to be wielded, but as a force to be understood and respected. Michael, his strength and courage renewed, took on the role of protector, safeguarding our new world from external threats. He forged alliances with other celestial beings, built bridges across the divides, and established a network of allies to ensure our safety and security. Seraphina, with her empathy and wisdom, became our ambassador, reaching out to other realms and establishing diplomatic relationships. She worked tirelessly to promote peace, understanding, and cooperation, using her skills to prevent future conflicts. And I became the guardian of the key, the keeper of its power, the one who ensured that it was used for the benefit of all. I continued to study the secrets of the universe, to learn about the delicate balance between light and shadow, and to master the power that flowed through me. The challenges were immense. The loyalists, though defeated, remained a threat. Metatron, though humbled, would not be deterred. They still posed a threat, a lingering shadow that threatened our newfound peace. Internal tensions also arose. Some of our warriors, accustomed to the old ways, struggled to adapt to our new order. They questioned our principles, challenged our decisions, and threatened to destabilize our society. But we persevered, guided by our shared vision, our unwavering commitment to justice, and the power of the key. We established systems for resolving conflicts, promoting dialogue, and addressing the concerns of all our citizens. We also sought to understand the true nature of the universe, to uncover its mysteries, and to learn about our place within it. We sent expeditions to explore the far reaches of space, to discover new worlds, and to connect with other civilizations. Slowly, we began to create something new, something better, something that reflected the best aspects of both light and shadow. The new dawn had broken, but the echoes of the past, the whispers of the void, and the looming threat of Metatron reminded us that the path to peace would be long and arduous. The fight was not over, but we were ready to face it. Epilogue: the architect's legacy. Centuries drifted by like celestial dust motes in the void. The shadow planet, once a desolate refuge, blossomed into a thriving world, a testament to the power of balance and the enduring strength of the human spirit and angelic resolve. The new heaven we had forged became a beacon of hope, attracting wanderers, refugees, and those seeking a better life from across the cosmos. Lilith's vision of a just and equitable society flourished. The institutions she established fostered cooperation and understanding, ensuring that the voices of all were heard and that the needs of all were met. The power of the key was used judiciously, not to control or dominate, but to heal, to restore, and to inspire. Michael's legacy lived on in the peace that reigned throughout our corner of the universe. His vigilance and diplomacy prevented countless conflicts, forging alliances and building bridges where once there had been only division. He became a legend, a symbol of courage and unwavering dedication to justice. Seraphina's empathy and wisdom permeated our culture, fostering compassion and understanding. She created schools and libraries, spreading knowledge and promoting tolerance. Her influence extended far beyond our borders, inspiring other civilizations to embrace peace and cooperation. As for me, I continued to serve as the guardian of the key, the keeper of its power, the one who ensured that it was used for the benefit of all. I delved deeper into the mysteries of the void, learning to master its energies and to understand its potential for both good and evil. Metatron, though defeated, never truly disappeared. He became a distant echo, a lingering threat that haunted our dreams. His followers, scattered and disillusioned, occasionally surfaced, attempting to undermine our new order. But we were ready for them. We had learned from our past mistakes, and we had built a society that was resilient, adaptable, and capable of withstanding any challenge. One day I received a message, a summons from a distant realm, a plea for help. A new threat had emerged, a force even more powerful and destructive than Metatron. This force threatened to consume the entire universe, to extinguish all light and plunge everything into eternal darkness. I knew what I had to do. I had to leave the shadow planet, to venture into the unknown, to face this new threat, and to protect the universe from annihilation. I gathered my companions, Lilith, Michael, and Seraphina, and told them of my decision. They understood the gravity of the situation, and they offered their full support. Together, we embarked on a new quest, a journey to the edge of the universe to confront the ultimate darkness and to fight for the survival of all that is good. The key was our weapon, our hope, our guide. We were ready. The echoes of a new dawn still resonated, but the universe never sleeps, and neither would we. My legacy would be more than the void or the key. My legacy would be the freedom we bought. And that made me, Azrael, more than just a rebel. I was an architect. And this was just the start of the design. The end